Chapter 2894. The skeleton Ronin smiled faintly as he raised his arm in front of him to block Su Yu's attack. A defensive doctrine artifact could be faintly seen on his arm, and Su Yu's attack seemed to have been completely blocked. Looking at his own doctrine artifact, the skeleton Ronin laughed disdainfully. You can only flaunt your power when dealing with some trash, but against strong people like us. Haha, you're a laughing stock. Su Yu retracted his finger calmly and remained silent. What? That's it. I'm so scared. The skeleton Ronin could not help but laugh. Brothers, did you see that? This big shot is so powerful, isn't he? He almost scared me to death. Haha. He laughed and laughed, but gradually he could not laugh anymore, because he was the only one laughing, and his two companions behind him were also silent. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, he saw that they were all staring at him as if they had seen something horrible. To be exact, they were staring behind him. What's there to look at? The skeleton Ronin snorted as he casually glanced behind him. Unexpectedly, that one glance had scared the skeleton Ronin out of his wits. His two companions had actually not even their bones were left behind. They had turned into a sky full of blood, which sprinkled all over Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan was covered in blood, and she was shivering on the spot as if she had lost control of herself. Su Yu had flicked his finger, and the two skeleton Ronins who had been protecting her had been turned into a mist of blood on the spot. They did not even have the slightest chance to resist. Just like her father and the 7 city masters, in front of this black-robed man, their lives were even more fragile than those of ants. He could crush them with just a flick of his finger. The skeleton Ronin's pupils shrank and his body stiffened. After a long while, he turned around with difficulty. When he looked at Su Yu, his teeth could not help but chatter. You are the Heavenly Law Master. Later stage. Strong people at the middle stage of the Heavenly Law Master could be found in this vast civilization. However, there was not a single one at the later stage. At least in the abandoned civilization, there was no existence at the later stage of the Heavenly Law Master. If there were, they would have gone to a 9-star civilization. I can barely be considered one, but I can only flaunt my power in front of lowly people like you, Su Yu said calmly. Putong, just a moment ago, the skeleton Ronin was still putting on a brave front, but in the blink of an eye, he knelt down without a care for his dignity. I was blind and obstructed Senior's work. I deserve to die. I have sinned. Senior, please let me go. I will leave immediately. The comparison between before and after was truly disdainful. Was this the legendary and famous skeleton Ronin? Just as though he really did not understand how they had developed to become the #1 force in the abandoned civilization. Su Yu's expression was calm. I have said it before. I am here to seek peace of mind. Judging from your appearance, you must be here aggressively and ready to attack the ragged civilization, right? So, I'm sorry to say no to your begging. Also, Su Yu grabbed the air with his palm, and a small ball condensed from the domain appeared in his palm. Inside the small ball, a substantial ripple was vibrating back and forth inside the small ball, as if it wanted to rush out. You're asking for outside help right in front of me. You really look down on me. Su Yu crushed the small ball, and the transmission ripple within it disappeared on the spot. The skeleton Ronin broke out in a cold sweat. The skeleton Ronin had run amok in the abandoned civilization. When had they ever encountered such a terrifying existence? In front of him, there was a sense of terror, as if he was facing the emperor of the Holy Mountain. In fact, his feeling was not wrong. The person standing in front of him was indeed the body of the emperor of the Holy Mountain. However, the skeleton Ronin had lived in an extremely harsh environment all year round, and his desire to survive was unparalleled. When he sent out the signal for help, he had already made a backup plan. His body suddenly collapsed into small round beads, which quickly seeped into the ground. It's the Blackwater Divine Clan. City Master Wen Yuan exclaimed. The Blackwater Divine Clan was a famous family in the 9-star civilization. He did not expect the skeleton Ronin to have a member from that family. This was beyond his expectations. The most special thing about the Blackwater Divine clan was that they had an innate magical ability that allowed them to transform their body into millions of liquid beads, which quickly disappeared. As long as one of the beads successfully escaped the enemy's pursuit, they would succeed immediately. Apart from losing a bit of their bloodline, there would be no effect on their body. It could be said that among the 9-star civilizations, their survival techniques were the top 10. Not only that, one of the water beads splashed onto Xiao Yan's body, causing him to shrink and enter the water bead. Then it quickly seeped into the ground. Su Yu was unperturbed, activating his transparent eye to scan the ground. He realized that all the water beads had already seeped into the ground in all directions. It was not realistic to want to capture all of them in one fell swoop. City Master Wen Yuan's expression was extremely grave. This is troublesome. The skeleton Ronin has always been vengeful. After losing 2 of their higher-ups, they will not let the matter rest, right? Hearing this, all the living beings in Wen Yuan City felt insecure. There was no need to doubt the terror of the skeleton Ronin. Wherever they went, blood would flow like a river, not sparing even the fowls and dogs. How many broken civilizations had been destroyed by them? All the men had been killed, all the women had been captured to reproduce, and all the resources had been plundered. Their organization, the Skull Unit, was known as the black hole of the abandoned civilizations, and everyone feared them. If the higher-ups of the Skull Unit escaped, they would definitely send strong fighters from the Skull Unit over to raze the broken civilizations to the ground. They will not let the matter rest? That's good. Su Yu laughed indifferently. I am afraid that they will not dare come again. If he could kill them, Su Yu could spend a little more effort to kill the skeleton Ronin. The reason why he did not do so was because he wanted to lure out the strongest power of the broken civilizations. He had painstakingly gathered so many demonic beasts. If he did not strengthen them through war, what was the point of having them? Furthermore, he wanted to establish his own foundation in the 9-star civilization, and it was only a matter of time before he fought against the strong powers of the broken civilizations. This matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Hence, Su Yu let him off, and gave him the chance to call for reinforcements. Ah, Elder, you might not know how terrifying the Skull Unit is. City Master Wen Yuan briefly explained the Skull Unit. The Skull Unit's origins were extremely mysterious, as though they had appeared overnight. As soon as they showed up, they began to loot the relatively peaceful, broken civilizations in a bloodbath. Everywhere they passed, there was chaos and ruins, mountains of corpses piled up, and seas of blood filled the skies. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. No matter, I will just kill them all if they come. He did not care about a few Ronins. However, the origins of the Skull Unit caused Su Yu to make some guesses. Does that mean that you are staying behind? The only person who was still happy was Wen Cheng. Her face was filled with joy, and she did not have the worry of her father, City Master Wen Yuan. Su Yu shook his head. The Skull Unit should take some time before they arrive. During this period of time, I will make a trip to the Heavenly Law Palace. Chapter 2895. The main palace of the Heavenly Law. That is one of the holy lands of a 9-star civilization. How could they allow you to enter so easily? Wen Cheng said in shock. The Heavenly Law Palace of the 9-star civilization gathered countless strong fighters from all over the world. Without the summons of the Holy Lands, normal people could not enter. Su Yu smiled. Even if I cannot enter, it is not a bad idea to gather some information. He did not expect to obtain the yin-yang gate of the main palace of the Heavenly Law, but there was no harm in checking out the situation. I will go with you. Wen Cheng said immediately. I have never been to a 9-star civilization. Her eyes were filled with longing. She had read many descriptions of the 9-star civilization in books, but had never seen it with her own eyes. How could she not feel regretful? Suyu thought for a moment, then agreed. He still had to return. It was not like he would never return. Bringing Wencheng along would not be a problem. That depends on whether your father agrees, Suyu said. Wencheng immediately looked at Wenyuan City master, coquettishly. All right, you go. How could City Lord Wenyuan not agree? Firstly, he hoped that his daughter could be together with the senior. Perhaps he could change her fate as a vagabond. Secondly, the Skull Unit had their eyes on the dilapidated civilization. This place could be attacked at any time. It was extremely dangerous. It was a good thing that his daughter could temporarily leave this place. Wencheng was pleasantly surprised, but she could not help but worry, just as her father was worried. What would happen if the Skull Unit came? What would happen if her father was in danger and no one could help him? Suyu had considered this as well. He was the one who killed the people and caused the trouble. There was no reason for unrelated people to bear the pain. He waved his palm, immediately carving out a huge space on the outskirts of Wenyuan City. He then waved his sleeves, releasing countless demonic beasts and a portion of the Nirvana realm cultivators. Hurry up and tame them. There might be a small battle soon. Xiao Dai nodded, her gaze suddenly landing on Wencheng, who was hugging Suyu's arm. You playboy, falling in love with everyone you see. Humph. Saying this, she swung her ponytail and turned to deal with the demonic beasts. Suyu was speechless. He pulled Wencheng along. Let's go to the 9-star civilization. Lead the way. Wencheng took out an old map and immediately pointed out the direction. The journey to the 9-star civilization would take at least half a year, and that was because Suyu was in the body of Mirror Flower Heavenly Prince. If it was his original cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to reach this level in 10 years. For the past 6 months, Suyu had been observing the abandoned 9-star civilization as he traveled. He was shocked. How is this the world of a 9-star civilization? It's clearly the burial ground of a 9-star civilization. Suyu murmured. However, for some reason, these 9-star civilizations that had flourished for an era in the past had declined and declined. It would not only destroy 8-star civilizations, but also 9-star civilizations. The difference was that the 8-star civilizations were completely destroyed, while the 9-star civilizations were just declining. I have a feeling that I'm not far from the truth of the great beginning realm, Suyu murmured. Half a year later, they finally arrived at their destination. An incomparably resplendent civilization was releasing extremely bright light, illuminating the dark world. It was like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding all living beings. At the moment, Suyu and Wencheng were standing in the sky above an abandoned civilization, thinking about ways to enter a 9-star civilization. It was easy to come out of a 9-star civilization, but to enter, one had to have a customs document. The purpose was to prevent the wanderers from the abandoned civilization from sneaking in and occupying the resources of the 9-star civilizations. The document was an inherent thing. It recorded in detail the birthplace, identity, background, and various experiences of the living beings. When entering a 9-star civilization, one had to go to the entrance to check the document. If one did not pass, one would be turned away. I heard that there are some black markets in the nearby dilapidated civilization that specialize in making fake documents. When Chang pointed to an abandoned civilization under their feet, most of the areas on it were resplendent, like a flourishing 9-star civilization. When Chang was envious, the civilization on this abandoned civilization was 100 times more prosperous than the dilapidated civilization where Wenyuan City was located. However, it was close to a 9-star civilization, so it enjoyed the benefits of being in a favorable position. It enjoyed all kinds of high-quality resources, so it was naturally very prosperous. Let's go down and have a look, Suyu said. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a large number of flying sage artifacts coming from the direction of the 9-star civilization, rushing toward the civilization under their feet. There were many people on each sage artifact. Who are these people? Su Yu found that the people on the sage artifacts were generally very young. When Cheng tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, I heard that the borders of the 9-star civilizations often host banquets with young people as a pretext to contact the great families. Su Yu said, why do they come to such a barbaric place instead of staying in a 9-star civilization? When Cheng pointed to the sky, there are a large number of descendants of the heavenly suns monitoring in the 9-star civilization, so the gathering is very inconvenient. Su Yu suddenly understood. Not only were there a large number of ordinary living beings in the 9-star civilization, but there were also many chaotic creatures, which were the descendants of the heavenly suns. The chaotic creatures were naturally wary of ordinary living beings, fearing that some of them had ill intentions and would harm the sacred mountain. I see. Su Yu was indifferent to this and prepared to continue looking for fake documents. However, at this moment, several youths from the 9-star civilization flew past them with sage artifacts. Hey, isn't it too late for us to get the news now? I'm afraid so. I thought it was just an ordinary gathering, but who would have thought that the fairy of the goddess clan would come? I'm afraid the gathering place is already overcrowded. Damn it. The few guys from the organizer hid the news so well that they only informed us when the banquet was about to start. Humph. Aren't they just trying to create the conditions for some of the younger generation in their clan to enjoy the benefits first? Shameless things. Why don't they take a look at what kind of trash the younger generation in their clan are? Are they worthy of the fairy's attention? Listening to their conversation, Su Yu could no longer remain calm. The fairy of the goddess clan? Was it Xia Jingyu? Was it really her? His heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Ruyu, what are you waiting for? Let's go. When Cheng urged, Su Yu came back to his senses and pulled her to follow the youths. He said, let's go to another place first. There was a rare sense of urgency in his heart. He wanted to see Xia Jingyu again. He wanted to see if she was the same as she was back then. He didn't know if Xia Jingyu still remembered him or Su Yu, who came from Shinua Island. For a moment he felt perturbed. He wanted to see Xia Jingyu, but he was afraid that after so many years of reunion, they would be different. Chapter 2896. With mixed feelings, Su Yu followed the group of young men to the most prosperous place in the civilization, the Heavenly Star Summit. It was a stargazing platform. When the civilization was at its most prosperous, the stargazing platform was a sacred place that only chaotic creatures could visit. Here, one could look up at the galaxy of the universe and observe the saints of the world. Now that the civilization had been abandoned, only ordinary creatures could enter. Today, the Heavenly Star Summit was occupied by 3 families from the 9-star civilization to host a grand event. The grand event of the Heavenly Star Summit was held at least 7 or 8 times a year, but none of them were as grand as this one. It attracted 20% of the families from the entire 9-star civilization, and most of them were of the younger generation. The reason for this was that the goddess clan's fairy Jingyu had unexpectedly been invited to this event. As the first beauty of the 9-star civilization, she lived in seclusion and rarely showed her face in public. But every time she did, she displayed a stunning beauty that could topple the heavens and the earth. She left an indelible impression on the people of the world. Just like City Master Wen Yuan, who had seen her once 20 years ago, he still remembered her vividly. Ruyu, do you want to see Fairy Jingyu? When Cheng asked quietly, on the way here, she had already understood the significance of the Heavenly Star Summit grand event. Yes. So you did not deny it. When Cheng pouted, Playboy, you wouldn't even want me if I gave you a piece of my mind. But you're thinking about Fairy Jingyu? Is she that big? Su Yu thought about it and said, she's about the same size as me. Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's body should be the same as Xia Jingyu's. Ah, that's not fair. When Cheng grumbled, Su Yu turned a deaf ear, his eyes fixed on the Heavenly Star Summit. At the moment, he was still at the foot of the mountain. The area around the foot of the mountain was covered with restrictive barriers that prevented people from flying, so they had to rely on their feet. At the foot of the mountain, there was a checkpoint. Only those who had an invitation could enter. Getting an invitation was not a difficult task for Suyu. With a thought, he could create a temporary invitation, which would be enough to fool his way through. He and Wencheng were silently queuing up. Just as they were about to reach them, suddenly, a loud laugh came from beyond the sky. "Where Fairy Jingyu is, how can I, Minister Gue Yuan, be absent?" A fireball flew down from the sky and smashed into the foot of the heavenly star peak, directly creating a huge pit. A rough-looking young man with long, fiery red hair walked out from within. His body was burning with flames, and even his eyeballs were condensed from flames. Divine Fire Race's young master, Gue Yuanqing. This is not surprising at all. As Fairy Jingyu's most loyal pursuer, Gue Yuanqing will follow wherever she appears. Gue Yuanqing carried a large saber on his shoulder as he laughed heartily and arrived at the checkpoint. Instead of lining up, he kicked the person in front of him away. "You're blind. I, Gue Yuanqing, am here, yet you still don't know how to make way?" The staff at the checkpoint checking the invitation smiled and said, "Young Master Gue, please show us your invitation." Who knew that Gue Yuanqing would give him a slap in the face? "Are you blind? Asking me for an invitation? You can ask the others if I, Gue Yuanqing, have ever used an invitation anywhere." Not only could the staff not get angry, but he also had to smile and say, "Yes, yes, yes, I am blind. Please go ahead, young master." Gue Yuanqing had always been so unscrupulous, and many people hated him. However, not only was his opponent powerful, but his background was also frighteningly powerful. The Divine Fire Race was one of the most powerful families in the 9-star civilizations, and ordinary people could not afford to offend them. However, Gue Yuanqing did not leave just like that. Instead, he raised his large saber and pointed it at the people who were still lining up. He shouted rudely, "And all of you leave immediately. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Do you still want to see Fairy Jingyu with your disgusting behavior?" After a moment of hesitation, the people in the queue immediately dispersed. No one wanted to go against Gue Yuanqing. Only Suyu did not have any intention of dispersing. Instead, he took a few steps forward while the people in front of him were leaving. "Huh." Gue Yuanqing furrowed his fiery red brows and snorted. Who is not afraid of death? However, just as he was about to attack, a gentle voice came from the sky. "Let me do it, can I?" Then, a white cloud descended from the sky. 3 people jumped down from the cloud. The one in the middle was a handsome man with a jade-like face. He was holding a fan in his left hand, while his right hand was behind his back. Behind him were 2 beautiful maidservants. One of them was holding an umbrella, while the other was holding a 7-stringed zither. Upon seeing him, Gue Yuanqing furrowed his brows. "Lin Yifeng of the Heavenly Wood Race?" Lin Yifeng smiled gently. "Young Master Gue, you will scare Fairy Jingyu away by behaving like this. Ha ha ha." Gue Yuanqing laughed heartily. "I'm straightforward, so I'm better than you, who are full of evil tricks." As he spoke, he carried his large saber and ascended to the heavenly star summit. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly as he slowly ascended with the 2 maidservants. The staff at the checkpoint had learned their lesson and did not ask for invitations again. Suyu sighed inwardly. The 2 people just now were very powerful. Without Fairy Jingyu's body, it would have been very difficult for him to defeat them. The 2 of them were only 2 of Fairy Jingyu's many pursuers. Perhaps there were even more outstanding people who had been pursuing her. After not seeing her for many years, her status had indeed changed drastically. Next, the staff at the checkpoint shouted. Suyu came back to his senses and immediately stepped forward. He easily entered with his imitation invitation. As soon as he ascended the stairs to the heavenly star summit, he heard a cry of surprise coming from behind him. Even Fungu-chan of the Feng family is here. Suyu turned his head and immediately recognized him. Wasn't this the Feng family member who had killed his companion from the ancient tomb bloodline on the Haotian civilization? How could he still be in the mood to participate in the event? Wasn't he afraid that the ancient tomb bloodline would cause trouble for him? Although Fungu-chan's strength is weaker than the previous two, his background is stronger. He is also a strong competitor for Fairy Jingyu. Fungu-chan smiled and quickly walked up the stairs. When he passed by Suyu, he seemed to sense something and stopped in his tracks, a trace of doubt on his face. He felt that Suyu's scent was a little familiar, but he could not recall where. After all, he had only met Suyu briefly in the past 6 months and had not fought with him. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to him and ascended to the Heavenly Star Summit alone. When Suyu and Wen Cheng arrived, the Heavenly Star Summit was already crowded with young people who were looking forward to seeing Suyu. Suyu was also waiting patiently in a corner. He was very excited. He had not seen Xia Jingyu for 100 years. Now that they had met again, should he reveal his identity? He had heard that Xia Jingyu was being controlled by the goddess clan. Should he take her away now? A series of questions flashed through his mind, and his eyes were looking everywhere for Xia Jingyu. However, he could not find her at all. All of a sudden, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, it's Fairy Jingyu's carriage!" In the sky, a crystal-colored snow sedan was approaching. Chapter 2897. The snow palanquin was surrounded by scattered pear blossoms, which fluttered in the wind. From afar, it looked as if a lady was dancing under the pear tree. Suyu's eyes were filled with emotions. Under the pear tree, it was the beginning of his fate with Xia Jingyu. She still remembered Suyu, who came from the Shinua Island. The young elites of the Heavenly Star Summit let out intense cries of excitement. The proud sons of heaven, led by Gue Yuanqing, Lin Yifang, and the others, flew into the air and took the initiative to welcome them. The 3 elders of the organizer also stood up to welcome her. "Fairy Jingyu, your presence brings light to our humble gathering at the Heavenly Star Summit." All of a sudden, the snow palanquin became the center of attention. Everyone stared at the snow palanquin without blinking. They were afraid that they would miss the moment when Fairy Jingyu came out. "You are exaggerating. I just happened to be here." Strangely, Fairy Jingyu did not show any intention of leaving the snow palanquin. The crystal snow palanquin rotated slightly and landed in a corner of the Heavenly Star Summit. She said, "I am not feeling well, so it is inconvenient for me to come out and meet you. Please forgive me." The crowd was filled with sighs. They had come to witness Fairy Jingyu's beauty with their own eyes. Gue Yuanqing said casually, "Fairy Jingyu, let us see your beauty." The snow palanquin was silent, as it completely ignored Gue Yuanqing. If someone else had ignored him, Gue Yuanqing would have slashed him with his knife. However, Fairy Jingyu made Gue Yuanqing laugh awkwardly. Lin Yifang said, "Fairy Jingyu, I heard that you are an expert in creating artistic conception. Why don't you let us experience it?" Then, a calm reply came from the snow palanquin. "It is just a small trick, so I will not embarrass myself. Please do what you are supposed to do." She did not want to participate in the gathering in the first place. She was forced to come, so she had no interest in participating. Lin Yi's side was given the cold shoulder, but there was nothing they could do. Fairy Jingyu had no desires. There was nothing in the world that could move her. No matter how precious the gifts were, she would not be moved. Wanting to win her heart was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Right at that moment, a white-haired young man in a red robe came forward with a smile. "Fairy Jingyu, I have prepared a welcome gift for you. I hope you will like it." Gue Yuanqing and Lin Yifang looked at him with disdain. The former sneered. "Fairy Quiet Rain has seen all sorts of good things. Does she need a gift from you?" "Ha ha, Fungu-chan, don't you know that Fairy Jingyu hates gifts the most?" Lin Yifang scoffed. However, Fairy Jingyu never accepted any gifts. Instead, she became colder and more distant. Fenggu-chan did not learn his lesson. However, Fenggu-chan did not care. He smiled and said, "That is because none of your gifts have reached Fairy Jingyu's heart." Zen Fenggu pressed his palms together, and a snow-white powder appeared in his palms. Then he blew it into the air. The white powder filled the sky, and when it came into contact with the wind, it actually turned into white pear blossoms that filled the sky. They floated down in a magnificent manner. At first glance, the sky looked like it was snowing heavily. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was nothing more than an ordinary illusory technique. There was nothing special about it. Even the one with the lowest cultivation among them could create a similar scene of pear blossoms. Ninefold could not help but laugh. "Your welcome gift is really sincere." Gui Yuanqing snorted. "It's better not to give it. Fairy Jingyu might think that we are fooling around with her." The crowd was disappointed. Seeing how confident Fenggu-chan was, they thought that he would be able to give some rare and precious item. In the end, it turned out to be a simple and crude illusory technique. How disappointing! However, with a creak, the front of the snow sedan tilted downwards. A graceful lady with an unparalleled appearance and a silver shawl draped over her shoulders stepped out lightly from within. Her facial features were so exquisite that they looked like they were carved out. She was so beautiful that she did not seem like a living creature. The abandoned civilization, which was originally dark and gloomy, brightened up a few notches after her appearance. The beauty that did not belong to this world was like moonlight, illuminating everyone's hearts. Even the ladies were stunned by her unparalleled beauty. So beautiful! When Chang was stunned. There is such a beautiful lady in this world. However, after a while, she suddenly came back to her senses. "Wait, isn't that you?" Su Yu's appearance was exactly the same as this lady's. However, Xia Jingyu had a hazy and graceful temperament, which added to her beauty and made her stand out from the rest. Looking at Su Yu, he was standing there, gazing at the lady with deep affection and perplexity. "Xia Jingyu, long time no see," Su Yu murmured softly. His eyes were filled with the beautiful figure of the lady in the snow sedan. Stepping out of the snow sedan, Xia Jingyu kept looking up at the sky, staring at the pear blossoms that were falling continuously. One by one, the illusory pear blossoms landed on her beautiful face, turning into specks of fluorescent light and dispersing. All that was left was a trace of loneliness and melancholy on her beautiful face. Gui Yuanqing, Ninefold, and the rest could not believe that Fairy Jingyu would be subdued by the illusory technique of a small pear blossoms. It shouldn't be. Fairy Jingyu was the most honorable young master of the goddess clan. She had seen all kinds of good things in this world. How could she be moved by a small pear blossoms? Fenggu-chan smiled faintly. He knew that someone must have snitched on him. With a warm smile, Fenggu-chan stepped forward and said, "Fairy Jingyu, do you like it?" Xia Jingyu looked over. Amidst the pear blossoms, a white-haired man was standing there, smiling at her. For a moment, Xia Jingyu felt that she was looking at Su Yu. Her eyes were filled with melancholy. It had been half a year. Su Yu had been in the 9-star civilization for half a year. Where was he now? Was he safe and sound? Did he still remember her? Having been stared at by Xia Jingyu for a long time, Fenggu-chan's emotions surged. Thinking that he had moved her, he said, "Fairy Jingyu, I am Fenggu-chan. This is a welcome gift. I hope you like it." But before he could finish his sentence, Xia Jingyu retracted her gaze and walked back to the snow sedan again. She said calmly, "I like the gift, but please don't pry into my privacy anymore. That's very annoying." For some reason, Xia Jingyu's face was very cold. She, who was as calm as water, had said the word annoying to someone for the first time. The sudden words caused Fenggu-chan to be dumbfounded, and even more so caused all the young elites present to be dumbfounded. Was the otherworldly Fairy Jingyu enraged? Only a few people close to the goddess clan knew that she liked pear blossoms. Without a doubt, the ones who sold her information were her own people. She had encountered similar situations many times, but she had never been angered. She could control herself, but she could not control her people. But this was the only thing she could not tolerate, because that bunch of pear blossoms was the most beautiful thing in her heart that could not be destroyed. Just as she bent over and was about to enter the snow sedan, a pear blossom suddenly brushed past her fragrant shoulder. Xia Jingyu frowned slightly and said, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" But there were more and more pear blossoms. Xia Jingyu's expression was cold. She turned around and glared at Fenggu-chan, but Fenggu-chan waved his hands hurriedly. "It wasn't me." Chapter 2898. While Xia Jingyu was puzzled, the pear blossom illusion in front of her changed again. Pieces of snow-white pear blossoms fell to the ground, sprouted, and grew into pear blossom trees. The blooming pear blossoms were like pure white snow, covering the tops of the trees. It was picturesque. Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes widened bit by bit, reflecting the scene that appeared in her dream countless times. Too similar. It was exactly the same. Then, near the pear blossom tree, a wall appeared. Exquisite bluestone bricks formed an ordinary high wall surrounding the pear blossom trees. Many of the spectators couldn't understand why the creator of the illusion would cover up Xia Jingyu's love for pear blossoms. The illusion was still changing. The clear sky suddenly darkened, revealing a bright and resplendent night sky. In the night sky, the stars were bright and the moon was bright. Strands of hazy moonlight fell from the sky, pouring into the pear blossom garden. It added some coldness and loneliness to the pear blossom garden. In the eyes of ordinary people, this scene was nothing special, the most ordinary scenery in the world. But in Xia Jingyu's eyes, it was as heavy as empty Tai. Her eyes were misty. The emotions that had settled in her heart for 100 years were rolling like waves. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, staring at the pear blossom tree without blinking. Suddenly, two blurry figures appeared under the pear blossom tree. Their figures were hazy. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but one could vaguely tell that they were a man and a woman. Under the pear blossom tree, they seemed to be creating their artistic conception together, as if they were dancing together. But the spectators couldn't understand what they were doing. What was the point of such an illusion? But what made the crowd silent was that the otherworldly fairy Jingyu in their hearts had tears streaming down her cheeks. Clear tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks, continuously falling down. That expression seemed to be a smile, but more like sorrow. She who was crying suddenly raised her right hand's finger, lightly drawing in the sky of the illusion. Those with discerning eyes were shocked to find that the trajectory of the woman's finger in the illusion was exactly the same as what Xia Jingyu was drawing. It's artistic conception. Fairy Jingyu is best at creating artistic conception. Someone exclaimed. Concept was a secret technique used by low-level martial artists. Through communicating with heaven and earth, one could create a mysterious feeling. Those feelings could lead one to see through illusory things. Furthermore, it was said that Fairy Jingyu was an expert in the creation of intents. She was often able to cause those cold and detached old monsters to resonate with her. However, Fairy Quiet Rain rarely used it. Even when she did, it was only because the patriarch requested it. But now he took the initiative to display his intent. It had already outlined the image of an old man standing at the peak of heaven and earth, facing a certain kind of great power with a calm and indifferent expression as it faced destruction. To be honest, the concept was very ordinary. However, they felt a sense of déjà vu. To be able to make it this far, who hadn't experienced desperate situations. The artistic conception that Xia Jingyu had outlined was a fragment of their past. But to Xia Jingyu, it wasn't just a memory fragment, but a bright moment in her life. At this point, The illusion gradually dimmed and then completely dissipated. Wait a little longer. Xia Jingyu called out softly, wanting to hold him back. However, the environment gradually disappeared, and they returned to the heavenly star summit in reality. Xia Jingyu's beautiful eyes looked around with anticipation. Is that you? Is that you? She asked twice in a row, but no one responded. The person who created the illusion had already left without a sound. Su Yu pulled Wencheng along as they walked toward the foot of the mountain quietly. Ryu, why are you leaving? Wencheng asked. The illusion was created by you, and Fairy Jingyu wants to see you. Why are you leaving? She didn't understand why it was Su Yu who wanted to see Fairy Jingyu. Now, it was clear that it was Su Yu who wanted to leave. What was he thinking? Wencheng could only see Su Yu's back, but he couldn't see the complicated feelings in his heart. He was glad that Xia Jingyu was still the same Xia Jingyu. Even the passage of time and space couldn't change Xia Jingyu's original intention. She still remembered Su Yu under the pear blossom tree. She still had him in her heart. What made him bitter was that he couldn't recognize Xia Jingyu. Firstly, his body had changed, and he couldn't convince himself to use the body of a woman to see the woman who had touched and felt the most sorry for him. Secondly, even if they met, he couldn't take Xia Jingyu away. Just now, when he was observing the crowd, he had detected several mysterious auras in the vicinity, which were jumping back and forth among the crowd. Those people had similar auras to Xia Jingyu. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be from the goddess clan. Moreover, their cultivations were terrifying, and they might have reached the later stage of the heavenly lawmaster. They were probably looking for someone, especially after the pear blossom scene that he had created appeared. Those people moved faster. Therefore, Su Yu was sure that Xia Jingyu's sudden appearance this time was a trap set by the goddess clan to lure Su Yu out. Let's go. I've seen everyone I wanted to see, Su Yu murmured. However, it's not time for us to reunite yet. When his body recovered, he would build a force that could rival the goddess clan, and then he would go to the goddess clan and take Xia Jingyu away. He wouldn't take her with him to the ends of the world. Wencheng tilted her head in confusion. She had no choice but to follow Su Yu and leave the heavenly star summit. However, just as they reached the foot of the mountain, a soft voice came from behind. Brother Su Yu, is that you? On the stairs, Xia Jingyu's hands were entwined with a thread of fate, and the other end was tied to Su Yu. Su Yu sighed inwardly. He had almost forgotten that Xia Jingyu's forte was the path of fate. It wasn't difficult for her to find the person who had cast the illusory technique among thousands of people. Su Yu turned around and said softly, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. Hearing the woman's voice coming from the black-robed person, the anticipation on Xia Jingyu's face was shattered bit by bit. So it wasn't Su Yu. However, she wasn't willing to give up, so she asked again, May I ask what's going on with your illusory technique? Su Yu suppressed the complicated feelings in his heart and tried hard to maintain a calm tone. He said, I once saw a person cast this illusory technique somewhere, and I remembered it. Today, I saw someone cast the pear blossom illusory technique, so I cast it again. Why? Did you misunderstand me? Xia Jingyu's eyes lit up with excitement and joy again. What did the person you were talking about look like? Su Yu was silent for a long time, then said, I can't remember. However, Xia Jingyu took a step forward and copied Su Yu's face in the air. His face still had the tenderness of a teenager, and he had a head of long silver hair and a skinny body. His expression was indifferent and firm, like a person from a painting. Wencheng couldn't help but be moved. Who is this? He's so handsome. Chapter 2899. Su Yu's heart trembled. It had been 200 years, and he had almost forgotten what he was like back then. But Xia Jingyu remembered it clearly. Su Yu looked away and nodded. Yes. Is he well? Xia Jingyu's tears fell again. Su Yu said, I don't understand. What do you mean by well? If you're talking about his body, he's living very well. I'm sorry, I spoke incoherently, Xia Jingyu said hurriedly. May I ask where he is now? Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Do you really want to know? Xia Jingyu came to her senses and immediately said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The rest of the light scanned their surroundings, obviously sensing that their clansmen were nearby. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Yu was worried that if he continued to speak, he would be unable to stop himself from wiping away her tears. He had let Xia Jingyu down too many times in his life. He couldn't bear to see her cry anymore. Thank you. Xia Jingyu smiled and said, Thank you for giving me the best memories and the best news. She didn't want to know where Su Yu was. She was satisfied as long as she knew that he was still alive and remembered the pear blossoms and Xia Jingyu. She didn't dare to ask for more. Goodbye. Su Yu turned around and left, dragging Wen Cheng along with him. Only Xia Jingyu, who was watching them leave, was left alone as she watched them leave. Before Su Yu disappeared, he looked back at her and said in his heart, The day of our reunion is not far away. Xia Jingyu stood where she was for a long time. Finally, she smiled and went back into the snow palanquin. Then she left. Not long after she left, several people from the goddess clan appeared in the dark. Each of them had a head of white hair, and an astonishing cultivation was hidden within their bodies. One of them had even reached the later stage of the Master of the Heavenly Law. Although she had just stepped into the later stage of the Master of the Heavenly Law, she was still extremely terrifying. She could destroy the world with just a wave of her hand. After the four of them appeared, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. It seems like the clan miscalculated. That human didn't come, an old woman said, shaking her head. That should not be the case. The clan head can predict the future. Since she divined that Xia Jingyu's obsession would appear at the Heavenly Star Summit, she will definitely come. However, we've already grasped his aura. If he comes, he won't be able to escape our senses. It was true that their cultivation level was high, and the patriarch of the goddess clan was extremely knowledgeable. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Yu's body would be transformed into the body of the heavenly sun by Mirror Flower Heaven. When his body changed, his aura naturally changed as well. I'd be damned if they'd find it. The only suspicious one is the black-robed man. Don't worry, the boss has already secretly chased after him. If it's really Su Yu, he won't be able to escape. Xia Jingyu had returned to the goddess clan for many years, but she still couldn't forget Su Yu. His existence had seriously hindered the various plans of the goddess clan, so they had been trying to find a way to get rid of Su Yu. He had tried many times to kill Su Yu with the heavenly ordeal. They even used slave Jia, but all of them failed. There was a strong barrier between an 8-star civilization and a 9-star civilization, so the moves that the goddess race could use were limited. Feeling helpless, the goddess race could only give up. Not long ago, the patriarch of the goddess clan suddenly predicted that Su Yu would come to a 9-star civilization, so she came up with a plan to use Xia Jingyu to lure Su Yu out. Judging from the result, it was undoubtedly a success. It was just that they didn't seize the opportunity. Su Yu left the area with Wen Cheng. They were going to go to another black market and get 2 official documents. Official documents were different from invitations. The invitation letter of this place only needed to be shown. However, the official documents had to be used for a long time, and the one thought doing it couldn't be maintained for too long. Therefore, they had to find a black market to forge it. There were many black markets in this area, so they easily found a city with a prosperous black market. Landing on the outskirts of the city, Su Yu and Wen Cheng walked towards the city gate. When they passed by a huge green stone, a hoarse voice came from it. "Miss, please wait. I have a question for you." Su Yu turned his head, and his pupils constricted slightly. Even with the powerful senses of Mirror Flower Heaven, she didn't notice that someone was approaching her. This person was so powerful that even Mirror Flower Heaven's body might not be able to handle him. "Speak." Su Yu was still very calm. On the green stone was an old woman in her 80s. Her body was old, but her face was extremely young, like a 10-year-old doll. She smiled innocently and adorably, but her eyes couldn't hide the great vicissitudes of life. "You are Su Yu, aren't you?" the old woman said lightly. Su Yu had been through countless storms, and he had long been trained to be calm in the face of danger. His emotions didn't waver. "How do you know?" "Intuition." The old woman walked down the greenstone. Su Yu felt a great pressure before he even got an inch closer. "As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is hearing," the old woman said. "I want to know who is under your black robe." A powerful aura suddenly emanated from her body. Under the vibration, Su Yu's black robe was lifted, not only revealing his female body, but also the true appearance of Mirror Flower Heaven. The old woman was ready to strike. Once she confirmed that the person in the black robe was Su Yu, she would be furious and kill him on the spot to prevent future trouble. However, what came into view was not a man but a real woman. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary woman. It was a woman who looked exactly like Xia Jingyu. What was even more unfortunate was that the old woman recognized her. Her old body trembled, and she cried out in shock, "Mirror! Mirror Flower Heaven!" Plop! In fear, she hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please punish me, your majesty." After a pause, she added, "Everything is my fault, and it has nothing to do with the goddess clan. Please be merciful, your majesty, and don't make things difficult for the goddess clan." Oh, it turned out that the identity of Mirror Flower Heaven was so intimidating. Just showing her face was enough to scare people half to death. However, it made sense. The more ancient a creature was, the more they feared the majesty of the emperor. Su Yu rolled his eyes, closed the black robe again, and said lightly, "The goddess clan has always been bold." The old woman trembled. "Your majesty, please have mercy. The goddess clan has always been cautious and would not dare to disobey the decree of the holy mountain." "Is that so? Then, is it also the decree of the holy mountain that you keep looking for a spouse for my vessel?" Su Yu asked coldly. The old woman was stunned and said, This is the decree of the holy mountain." What? Xia Jingyu's marriage was being manipulated by the holy mountain? Xiaoyao, son of heaven, once said that the stone body in Xia Jingyu's vessel is the most special, and it can only be completed through certain rituals between spouses. So, you have to find a suitable partner as soon as possible. The old woman was suspicious. "Didn't Xiaoyao, son of heaven, discuss this with you?" Su Yu secretly clenched his fists. Xiaoyao, son of heaven again. Chapter 2900. The old woman stared at Su Yu, doubting his identity. Even though Prince Mirrorflower had not been resurrected, yet the Holy Mountain should have a way to communicate with his consciousness. Otherwise, how did the Holy Mountain know that Prince Mirrorflower's body was sealed in 4 different containers? Su Yu calmed himself down and said calmly, "Of course we discussed it, but I refused. Even if it is a container, it carries my sacred body. How can an ordinary creature be a match for my container?" This explanation made sense. Indeed, even the goddess clan found it unbelievable. Why did Prince Xiaoyao want to marry Xia Jingyu to an ordinary person? Shouldn't he be looking for the chaotic residents? I didn't expect Prince Xiaoyao to disobey me and secretly plot against my container. Su Yu snorted. The old woman remained silent, not suspecting that there was internal strife among the emperors. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. The emperors of the Holy Mountain were no exception. Su Yu looked at the old woman and said, "Let me ask you, are you on my side, or will you continue to help Prince Xiaoyao?" The old woman did not dare to hesitate and said immediately, "I am willing to follow Prince Mirrorflower's lead." Although Prince Mirrorflower was still in the process of resurrection, Prince Xiaoyao had a complete body. However, Prince Xiaoyao was only commanding the goddess clan through some forces. In his eyes, the goddess clan was probably not even a servant, but a servant of a servant. How could they listen to Prince Mirrorflower's orders directly? Moreover, after Prince Mirrorflower's recovery, the goddess clan would benefit greatly from the dragon. Okay, Suyu said, from today on, you are not allowed to find a spouse for my container. I will decide this matter myself. I will obey Prince Mirrorflower's order. Okay, go. I still have some secret matters to attend to. The old woman was very sensible. She did not dare to ask any more questions and left immediately. When she was completely gone, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. If he had been a little bit weaker, he would have been noticed by this old monster, and it would have been really troublesome. Looking at Wencheng beside him, he saw that his back was already wet. Ruyu, you are Prince Mirrorflower? Wencheng turned his head with difficulty and stared at Suyu's face in fear. Everyone in the 9-star civilization world had heard of Prince Mirrorflower's name. That was an existence that he had heard of since he was young. A supreme son of heaven who could suppress the vast 1,000 worlds. Suyu put on the black robe again and asked calmly, "What do you think?" Even in a 9-star civilization, not everyone knew Mirrorflower, Heavenly Prince. On the other hand, the 8-star civilizations of the past would be threatened by the holy mountain every epoch, so they would have a deeper understanding of the appearance of the holy mountain's son of heaven. Wencheng's whole body shivered. He let go of Suyu's arm and retreated continuously. It was rumored that the Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince was the most ruthless one among the 10 heavenly princes. She cultivated the heartless Tao. There was no friendship in his heart, and he had no feelings for anything in the world. There was only killing. The number of supreme beings that had died in her hands was much more than the rest of the heavenly sons combined. Suyu sighed silently. If I were Prince Mirrorflower, do you think I would still be alive now? Upon hearing this, Wencheng realized that Suyu's actions were completely unrelated to Prince Mirrorflower. Then just now Suyu flicked her forehead. Stupid. There's a word in this world called lie. Wencheng rubbed her rising head and said, Then why did she call you Suyu? It's a man's name, isn't it? Suyu coughed dryly. This, Suyu, can be a man's name or a woman's name. Let's go. Why are you paying attention to these minor details? Suyu urged. The two of them entered the city and came to a very secretive black market. One of them specialized in making fake official documents. They had just lifted the curtain when a tall man in the same black robe walked out and knocked Wencheng off her feet. The latter didn't even apologize before he swaggered off. Hey, Wencheng was annoyed. You have no manners at all. Suyu was helpless, which one of the people who came to the black market did not have something they needed to do. How could they be polite? They couldn't wait to finish their business and leave as soon as possible, lest their identities be exposed or discovered by the people in the black market. Humph! Wencheng stomped her feet, but there was something strange under her feet. She looked down and couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? She picked it up from the ground and found it was a golden badge that looked like a snake. It must be some kind of identity symbol, Suyu said indifferently. Wencheng thought for a moment, then threw it away and entered the black market with Suyu. In the black market, as long as one had money and power, everything went smoothly. They were no exception. After paying a large sum of money, they got the fake official documents very smoothly. The two of them were cousins. Cousin Ruyu, Wencheng said with a smile, very happy with this fake identity. Suyu said nothing and couldn't answer. A month later, the 9-star civilization seemed to be close at hand, but it took them an extra month to finally reach it. Outside the 9-star civilization, there was a layer of swirling, chaotic air. He examined it and found that the chaotic air was extremely thick and full of danger. If one went too deep, they could easily be assimilated by the chaotic air. He put the finger of Prince Mirrorflower into the chaotic air. It was fine for a short time, but after 10 breaths, he began to feel a sharp pain. Even the Holy Mountain Emperor himself was not immune to the chaotic air. One could imagine how terrifying it was. With this defense, the 9-star civilization is not afraid of any threats from the outside world, Suyu commented. If the 8-star civilization had similar chaotic air, the attacks of the Holy Mountain would be useless, even if they were twice as strong. They came to the entrance. Suyu and Wencheng lined up silently, waiting for the inspection. The method of inspection was to hold the official document and walk through a passage of 10 feet. In that passage, there were giant pythons full of chaotic air. Their eyes were stone gray, releasing rays of gray light, sweeping over the official documents in the hands of the people coming and going. If it was real, the giant pythons would move their heads to scan the people. If they found a fake, Ruyu, look at that person. Suddenly, Wencheng pointed to a gentle middle-aged man in the front of the line. Suyu glanced at him and found nothing special. You know him? Yes, he was a guest who visited our broken civilization, and he was also a wanderer. In other words, the official document he had was also fake. Now, it was the middle-aged man's turn. He took out the customs clearance document with great familiarity and walked into the passage with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was very familiar with using fake customs clearance documents to enter and exit, and there were no flaws. However, at that moment, among the group of giant pythons, a golden one came out of nowhere. Suyu only took a glance and found it familiar. He quickly remembered that this was the man who had bumped into Wencheng in the black market. His eyes slowly narrowed, and he vaguely guessed something in a flash. He immediately pulled Wencheng out of the line and said in a low voice, "It's a trap. Retreat first." Chapter 2901. What trick? Wencheng looked confused as he was dragged out of the group. He walked out of the group unhurriedly. She lowered her voice and asked, "Ruyu, what happened?" "Sure." Suyu gestured for her to keep quiet and pulled her along as if nothing had happened. Right at this moment, there was a change in the inspection channel. The middle-aged guest went through all the inspection of the python heads with ease and was about to leave the channel. Suddenly, the golden python shone a ray of light on the middle-aged man's official document. The official document burned on the spot. Historically, only fake official documents would burn during the inspection process. Fake official documents, kill them on the spot. A cold voice came from the channel. The golden python's eyes immediately shot a ray of light at the middle-aged man. The latter was shocked and retreated while shouting, "I am real! I am real!" However, the golden python did not stop. The ray of light shot behind him and petrified the middle-aged man into a statue on the spot. His cultivation was at the peak of the Earth Master level, but he was still destroyed by a ray of light. At the same time, a stern voice came from the inspection channel. "Everyone surround him." Swish, swish, swish. Many creatures nearby who seemed to be queuing up suddenly tore off their disguises and revealed their slender bodies in white soft armor. They all had the mark of a holy mountain on their chests, and their bodies exuded a strong, chaotic aura. The most special thing was that their bodies were all stone statues, chaotic creatures. The 9-star civilization was under the rule of the chaotic creatures. They were also in charge of such an important place like the inspection channel. "It's the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team," some people exclaimed. These people hid in the dark all year round and only showed up in emergencies. Now, they were lying in ambush near the inspection channel. As soon as they appeared, they immediately surrounded all the people in the queue. Some of the people who carried the fake official documents realized that they were in danger and tried to escape. However, as soon as they moved, they were killed by a ray of petrifying light from the chaotic residents. "Those who resist will be killed without mercy." The cold and majestic voice sounded again. Only then did those who were guilty stop. Next, the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team completely surrounded them and sent them into the channel for inspection one by one. Those who held the real official documents did not respond to the light of the golden python. But if it was a fake document, it would burn immediately. Those who lined up were forcibly brought in by the chaotic creatures. No one was an exception. Every few people, they would find a fake document holder and mercilessly kill him on the spot. The crowd's expression changed. In the past, those pythons could not distinguish the authenticity of the document. However, this golden python seemed to be different and already had the ability to distinguish. Many people who held the fake documents were caught off guard and fell into the trap. Now that he was surrounded, he had to go forward one by one to verify the authenticity. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. In the distance, Wen Cheng, who had already walked far away, was stiff all over. His eyes were filled with panic and a trace of hope. Hearing the screams behind him, Wen Cheng's legs trembled as he walked. His voice was filled with uneasiness. "Ryu, how did you know that it was a trap?" That middle-aged man was someone who used fake documents to enter and leave the 9-star civilization all year round, but he did not notice anything wrong at all. Su Yu, on the other hand, had detected the presence of a trap the first time he had come here, so he immediately retreated decisively. "Didn't you notice that the golden snake badge we picked up in the black market is very similar to that golden python?" Su Yu said. Wen Cheng nodded. "I saw it. But could you speculate that it was a trap?" "Most people wouldn't think in this direction after seeing it, would they?" "It's never wrong to be more careful in everything," Su Yu murmured. "We came to the 9-star civilization for the first time, so we have to be more cautious." Wen Cheng suddenly felt unusually at ease. With Su Yu by her side, she really didn't have to worry about anything. "Thanks to you." She was much more relaxed, and she walked very smoothly. "Don't be careless, we are not completely out of danger yet," Su Yu said. Wen Cheng didn't care. "We have come so far, they can't take us back, can they? There are at least 8,000 beings like us." There were many creatures coming and going around them, and most of them were watching the actions of the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team. Were they going to take all of them away? However, as if responding to Wen Cheng, the majestic and indifferent voice exploded in their ears. "You too, stop!" Wen Cheng's body stiffened, and her mind went blank. She turned her head with difficulty and looked behind her. She saw 10 chaotic creatures rushing towards them with weapons in their hands. At the same time, some kind of powerful gaze was staring at her. The creatures around them immediately stepped aside, leaving a large empty space, for fear of being implicated by Su Yu and Wen Cheng. Looking at the attacking chaotic creatures, she stammered, What did we do wrong?" The majestic and indifferent voice sounded again. "If you didn't do anything wrong, then why did you go to the place where the fake documents were made in the black market?" Swish! A black-robed figure suddenly appeared above them. From the shape, it was the person who bumped into Wen Cheng at the door of the fake documents. Seeing him, Wen Cheng's face turned pale. "Humph! You are very alert, leaving the team immediately when you noticed something was wrong," the black-robed man said coldly. "Unfortunately, I remember you." Su Yu was dressed in a black robe, so it was difficult for him to recognize him. However, he had seen Wen Cheng's appearance, so he naturally remembered it. In addition, his sudden departure just now naturally attracted his attention. Wen Cheng couldn't explain himself. Looking at the attacking chaotic creature's law enforcement team, he didn't dare to move. In his heart, he hoped that he could get away with it. His mentality was actually the same as those creatures who were waiting to be sent to death in the examination channel. Knowing that it was impossible to pass, he kept hinting that he could get away with it, and there was still hope until he was killed mercilessly. However, Su Yu wouldn't hold such an ostrich mentality. His eyes flashed, and he created a space vibration in the sky above the surrounded creatures. At the same time, a group of chaotic creatures' law enforcement team was instantly sent flying, causing great chaos. Those who held the fake documents finally found an opportunity and rushed out immediately. As soon as they moved, the whole encirclement was completely chaotic. Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately flew over to suppress the scene. How could he care about Su Yu and Wen Cheng, the two fish that escaped the net? Kill the two of them. He didn't even turn his head as he shouted and immediately rushed back. Su Yu grabbed Wen Cheng and ran away immediately. The 10 chaotic creatures' law enforcement team behind them were chasing closely. However, their cultivation couldn't be compared with Jinghua Tianzi's. Soon, they were completely shaken off. However, as he was running, Wen Cheng suddenly found something wrong. Ah, Ruyu, why did you turn back? Chapter 2902. If he did not take advantage of the current chaotic period to break in, he could wait until it completely calmed down. The difficulty of entering the civilization would increase by more than 10 times. Wen Cheng was frightened by Su Yu's courage. Many chaotic creatures' law enforcement team had appeared, and he still dared to break in? Perhaps the chaotic creatures did not expect that someone would dare to break into the 9-star civilization at this time. Therefore, until Su Yu broke into the inspection channel, the chaotic creatures reacted. Stop him! Su Yu did not hesitate and pulled Wen Cheng into the inspection channel. The giant pythons all looked over, including the eyes of the golden giant python. The fake documents on their bodies immediately burned and turned into ashes. After detecting that they were fake, the golden giant python shot out 2 beams of black light straight at Su Yu and Wen Cheng. Wen Cheng's beautiful face changed, and it was too late to dodge. Fortunately, Su Yu was right next to him. He raised his right palm casually and made a grabbing motion in the air, extinguishing the golden giant python's radiance. The eyes of the other giant pythons were also ignored by Su Yu and easily resolved. Stop him! The middle-aged man in the black robe was shocked. The truth of the other giant pythons could be resisted, and some powerful creatures could indeed do it. However, the golden giant python was one of the pets that Emperor Xiaoyao had personally raised, and its strength was amazing. So far, except for the emperor and his descendants, no creature could withstand the truth of the eyes without being affected. Unfortunately, it was too late for the chaotic creatures' law enforcement team to react. Su Yu wrapped Wen Cheng and quickly passed through the inspection channel, quickly disappearing from sight. The middle-aged man in the black robe was furious and wanted to chase after them. However, the chaotic scene needed a master like him to suppress it. When everything calmed down, the middle-aged man in the black robe immediately entered the 9-star civilization. Looking at several teams of law enforcement team members walking back listlessly, the middle-aged man in the black robe's face sank. Needless to say, they had lost him. My lord, the other party's physique is amazing, and he has completely escaped from the pursuit, the law enforcement team members said helplessly. The middle-aged man in the black robe's face sank. Issue a warrant for me. He raised his hand and drew Wen Cheng's appearance. Several members of the law enforcement team looked at each other and hesitated. My lord, the cost of issuing a warrant for a creature is too high. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people? To be honest, there were countless people in the 9-star civilization who had fake documents. Was it necessary to go to war for a fish that had escaped the net? Putting him on the wanted list of all the 9-star civilizations had wasted a lot of manpower, resources, and money. The black-robed, middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. What's important isn't that girl, but that black-robed man. He can actually resist the petrifying power of Xiao Yaotian's pet. This is no small matter. When it came to the Son of Heaven, even if it was just a sesame seed, it was still a huge matter that could not be taken lightly. Yes, my lord. Also, which direction did he go? The black-robed, middle-aged man asked. The enforcer said, It seems to be a space-time swamp. There, the black-robed, middle-aged man's worry turned to joy, and his gloomy face was immediately replaced by a sneer. It's actually the space-time swamp? Then I don't have to worry. Cancel the wanted order, they're already dead. The space-time swamp was one of the most majestic forbidden areas of the 9-star civilizations. Once they entered, almost no creatures could come out alive, all of them trapped to death within. Even the most powerful mid-stage heavenly Tao lords didn't dare to venture deep into it. If Su Yu and Wen Cheng dared to barge in, they would definitely die. Speaking of Su Yu, they were very unfamiliar with the 9-star civilization. With their pursuers chasing behind them, they chose a direction to run in. After a long time, they entered an exceptionally muddy area. Patter! Wen Cheng stepped into the mud, and a colorful footprint was left behind. Wen Cheng looked down at her own footprint, her eyes filled with disbelief. Beside the footprint just now, there was another footprint that had been left behind at some unknown time. That footprint was exactly the same as hers. "This is the place where I was just now," Wen Cheng exclaimed in surprise. However, the surroundings were extremely unfamiliar, and she had no recollection of it at all. She was sure that they hadn't been here just now, but how could her footprint be left behind? Could it be that the footprint could move? As Su Yu was deep in thought, the space-time domain surrounded him. In the end, Wen Cheng discovered some clues in this domain. The scene in front of them changed continuously. It was clearly the same place, but different scenery appeared. Just like when they first arrived at the abandoned 9-star civilization, different people saw different scenes. Space-time anomaly. Su Yu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. Without a doubt, the space-time here had been distorted by some powerful force. Just as he was thinking of countermeasures, a voice that he was looking forward to came from the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Seat. "Holy Su, I feel the fluctuation of the 9th domain." Su Yu immediately released a person from the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Seat. It was none other than the 9th Master. He was the only person in the world who still had contact with the 9th domain. "It is nearby. You should leave this place quickly," the 9th Master said solemnly. The 9th domain had taken away the remnants of the 8 domains left by the Taichu Pathmaster and escaped from the 8-star civilization. Su Yu had never thought that he would encounter it as soon as he entered the 9-star civilization. What fate! Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He used the space-time domain to envelop the 9th Master and Wen Cheng so that they wouldn't be affected by the power of space-time. "Don't worry, it may not have found me," Su Yu said confidently. They had stepped into this place by accident, and the 9th domain couldn't have predicted that they would be here in advance, could it? "You lead the way and see if we can find the 9th domain." Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. If it wasn't for the body of Mirror Flower Heaven, he would have stayed as far away from it as possible. But now he could give it a try. It would be best if he could catch it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. The 9th domain might not be able to do anything to him. The 9th Master hesitated, but he could only lead the way silently. With him sensing the aura of the 9th domain, they wouldn't get lost again. In this swamp, the terrain was extremely complicated, and there were traps everywhere. Moreover, the changes in space-time were very sensitive. If they weren't careful, the space domain could change their location. Time was also very unstable. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down, and sometimes it froze. The swamp wasn't very large, but it could trap people in it and make them unable to extricate themselves. Fortunately, Su Yu had mastered the space-time domain, which greatly reduced the interference. Even so, it took the 9th Master a full 10 days to bring everyone to the center of the swamp. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there were no traces left by anyone. It was obvious that no one had ever reached this place. In the center of the swamp, there was a giant black tree without leaves. It was bald and had only sharp thorns left. On the book, there was an existence that looked like a python or a giant dragon wrapped around the trunk of the tree. Its entire body was colored in 9 colors, and it was constantly emitting a strong aura of the domain. The 9th Master's pupils shrank fiercely. That's it. Back then, the 9th domain transformed into this thing to injure me and leave alone. Chapter 2903. After the 9th domain had merged with the other domains, It had developed its own intelligence, wounded the ninth hegemon, and fled. It had been many years since they had last seen each other, and the memory was still fresh in the ninth hegemon's mind. Su Yu stared at him, his eyes filled with vigilance. According to the ninth hegemon, the ninth realm's current strength was almost comparable to that of ancient god Jilong in the abyss. If there was no need, it was best not to wake him up. He stared deeply at the ninth realm, then gestured for Wen Cheng and the ninth hegemon to step back and not disturb them. When he was fully prepared, he would subdue the ninth realm and forge the divine nine-dragon cauldron. During this period, he should make sufficient preparations to refine the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He had already prepared the materials and was only lacking the superb skills to forge a new divine nine-dragon cauldron. The original divine nine dragons cauldron was still a saint artifact, even though it was incomplete. The grade of the new divine nine-dragon cauldron might be higher than a saint artifact, and it required a superb forging memory. He might not be able to refine it by himself. The group quietly retreated, but a slight sound came from another direction. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he gestured for them to stop. They hit on the spot and observed silently. In the opposite direction, there were actually two sneaky figures. They used some unknown method to pass through the space-time swamps and arrive in front of the ninth realm. We've finally found him. Hurry up and report this to the third Vice Hall Master. The two of them transmitted their voices to one another. After saying that, he silently retreated. But when they wanted to leave, there was a creaking sound in the silent swamp. The sound was very crisp, like the sound of a tree branch breaking. Both sides held their breaths as they stared at the withered black tree trunk. A branch gently fell from the tree trunk and sank into the mud. Looking at the branch, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the branch had fallen from the side of the ninth realm, that meant the ninth realm had moved. The ninth hegemon was still fearful of the ninth domain, and he was about to flee. However, he was stopped by Su Yu. He shook his head lightly and signaled to the ninth master not to act rashly. He could keep his composure, but the two unidentified people in front of him might not be able to. Startled, they immediately retreated. This movement not only exposed his aura, but it also left behind traces of energy fluctuations. Crack! A violent sound came from the pitch-black ancient tree. The two of them turned around and were scared out of their wits. The ninth realm started to move. Its massive body caused tree branches to snap continuously, emitting crisp cracking sounds. It woke up. The two of them did not dare to hesitate at all. They immediately circulated all the power in their bodies and activated their life-saving Tao artifacts to escape. But halfway through, the commotion behind him became more and more intense. The ninth realm raised its giant head and opened its nine-colored eyes. It stared in the direction the two of them escaped. Its enormous body quickly twisted away from the ancient tree and turned into a bolt of nine-colored lightning that intercepted the two of them. There was a cold smile in her eyes. "So you're from the Temple of Heaven. Why, that old woman, Bai Shui, still hasn't given up and wants to subdue me?" It turned out that the two of them were from the Palace of Heaven, facing the enormous ninth realm. The two of them shuddered in fear. Many years ago, an extremely terrifying existence suddenly appeared in the nine-star civilization. As soon as it arrived in the nine-star civilization, it started a massacre, causing endless slaughter. Many forces joined forces to hunt him down, from the aristocratic clans to the sacred clans to the primal chaos heavenly clans. They all pursued and intercepted him. However, the ninth realm was extremely tyrannical. It killed and escaped at the same time, massacring countless forces. In the end, not only were they not captured, but they were all killed by it. Many forces were finally scared and gave up the chase. The Temple of Heaven was one of them. Back then, the Temple Master personally led the experts of the Temple of Heaven to participate in the encirclement. However, the only one who survived in the end was the Temple Master himself. The rest of the people died, and the temple master himself was severely injured. It was said that he had yet to recover. Haha, I didn't teach her a lesson enough. The ninth realm said coldly. The two members of the Temple of Heaven swallowed hard. One of them said fearfully, "We have no ill intentions." The ninth realm squinted its huge eyes and smiled. "I have no ill intentions either. I just wanted to replenish some energy, so I killed a few more people." "But why are you trying to kill me?" The ninth realm opened its bloody mouth. Without any hesitation, the two members of the Temple of Heaven immediately used their life-saving techniques to escape. They were using the Temple of Heaven's unique, spatial, transference magic treasure that could instantly teleport them to extremely far places. The distance they could cover was even greater than that of the Yuan realm. However, to their despair, they found that after they used it, they could not move at all. "How dare you use spatial divine techniques in front of me? Haha, that old woman by Shui obviously sent you here to die." The ninth realm did not hesitate anymore. It opened its mouth and swallowed the two of them into its stomach. A scream came from its mouth, and a trace of blood splashed out from the crack. Su Yu and the others could not help but tremble when they saw this. The strength of the two members of the Temple of Heaven was almost at the later stage of the Master of the Heaven Law. However, they did not even have the chance to resist before they were swallowed on the spot. If it had been them, they would not have ended up much better. The ninth realm master's eyelids twitched wildly, and he whispered, "This guy is many times stronger than when he first gained intelligence. Sure." Hearing his voice, Su Yu felt that something was wrong. He immediately raised his index finger, signaling for him to keep quiet. The ninth realm fused many powerful domains and could detect everything in the world. Nothing could escape its ears. As expected, the ninth realm's huge head suddenly turned in Su Yu's direction and grinned. "I was wondering why there was a disgusting smell nearby. It turns out that my old friend is here." Bang! Its huge, nine-colored tail suddenly rose up, and then smashed towards the place where Su Yu and the others were hiding with a thunderous force. Su Yu saw that the situation was not good and immediately pulled the two of them to escape. Then a violent sound came from behind, and the swamp was splashed dozens of feet high. However, before Su Yu and the others could completely escape, the nine-colored tail immediately swept towards them. If this tail swept them, Wen Cheng and the ninth realm master would be turned into ashes on the spot. Su Yu gritted his teeth and pushed the two of them away. He used the body of the mirror flower, Heavenly Prince, to withstand this blow. He turned around and pushed his hands out fiercely. Bang! A deafening sound came. Su Yu was swept away, and his mouth was full of the Heavenly Prince's blood. His body felt like it was falling apart, and he almost collapsed. The ninth realm was surprised. "What on earth are you? You have the 8 great realms and the body of the Heavenly Prince?" After a short period of contact, the ninth realm had already noticed something. Chapter 2904. After all, if I eat you, I will have a higher chance of evolving into a higher existence. The ninth realm's eyes became more and more dangerous. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The ninth realm was now a combination of the 8 great realms. It could be said to have reached the limit of the realms in the world. Could there be an even more unique realm above it? As if sensing Su Yu's confusion, the ninth realm chuckled. "Since you and I both cultivate the 8 great realms, I can let you die knowing. Do you know why the Saint Mountain Emperor is so powerful?" Su Yu's eyes flashed. To be honest, he had fought with the 2 clones of the Saint Mountain Emperor, but he had never felt the core of the Saint Mountain Emperor's strength. The 2 clones relied on their superior cultivation to suppress and kill Su Yu. He could not see how powerful they were. "It's the power of Taichu." The ninth realm's eyes were filled with longing. "I felt this power in the traces left behind by the Taichu Taoist master. The Taichu Taoist master called it the Taichu power. The Taichu power is the source of all power. The tens of thousands of races in the world each cultivate a different power system. The power of the realm, the power of the demon clan, the power of wind, the power of fire. In the end, they all originate from the Taichu power. All the techniques in the world lead to the same goal. The ninth realm said, if the power of the realm is cultivated to the limit, it is possible to recreate the Taichu power. The Taichu power? Su Yu murmured. He did not doubt it. As a mortal body, he had once mastered an extraordinary gas, the Taichu power. It could transform all things. Everything in the Taichu realm was derived from the Taichu power. Therefore, Su Yu believed in the existence of the Taichu power. There are a total of 12 people in the world who have mastered the Taichu power. The ninth realm's eyes were filled with longing. The first is the Taichu Taoist master. The second is the human ancestor. The remaining 10 are the Saint Mountain Emperors. I will be the 13th. He stared at Su Yu and chuckled. Why don't you fulfill my wish and become a part of me? With the 8 great realms combined, it will be like half of me. The reason why Su Yu's 8 great realms were not as good as the 9th realm was because his 8 great realms had been taken away by the ancient god Jilong. Su Yu was unperturbed. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. He raised his hand, and the 10,000 tribulations scythe appeared in his palm. Right now, his body was that of a stone-birthed son of heaven, and he possessed boundless chaotic force. It was countless times more powerful than purely relying on the heart's blood. One could imagine how powerful the scythe of 10,000 tribulations would be. At the very least, he could easily recreate the scene of cutting off ancient god Nine Dragon's tail. Looking at the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, the 9th realm was shocked. Then sadness appeared in his eyes. Powerful beings like us are like animals in a cage. We will be slaughtered by others. Even the pets of the Taichu Tao Lord are so pitiful. It recognized that the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations was forged by the Tao Tai progenitor. Although he was sad, the will in his eyes became more resolute. I must break the shackles and become like the absolute beginning. Then I won't be afraid of the experts in this world, and I can suppress everything. Roar. With a loud roar, the 9th realm showed no fear. Instead, it exploded with ferocity. Su Yu did not want to fall behind. He clenched his fist, and the chaotic force of Heaven Mirror Flower flowed into the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations like spring water. After receiving the vigorous chaotic force, the handle of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations turned into a bleak white spine. The 9 heads on it were all burning with golden light. Finally, a golden head that was the main soul revealed its true body. Its eyes opened slowly. They were cold and desolate, like a dark black hole that could annihilate everything in the world. Whoosh! 10 rays of black light were released from the 10 golden heads at the same time. Then, they intertwined and formed a terrifying beam of light that could destroy heaven and earth. It was no less powerful than the destruction of an era. Shield of the realm. The 9th realm was extremely fierce. Instead of retreating, he went against the current. 9 colored crystals appeared all over his body and connected with each other to form a gigantic shield. The beam of light that had cut off ancient god Nine Dragon's tail bombarded the crystal shield, but it only left a few cracks. Su Yu was shocked. The 9th master said that the 9th realm strength was similar to that of ancient god Nine Dragon. Now, it seemed that the 9th realm was stronger than him. Didn't this mean that he was about to catch up with the Holy Mountain Emperor? No wonder he boasted that he wanted to evolve into a higher level of existence. It seemed that he was only one step away from that realm. The 9th realm broke through the beam of light and rushed toward Su Yu. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow Su Yu in one bite. In the face of great danger, Su Yu was calm as usual. He took out a stone mirror. That stone mirror was the treasure of Mirrorflower Heaven. However, it was not a real treasure. It was an illusion created by a thought. Its real power was less than 1/10,000th of the real thing. However, if it was used by Mirrorflower Heaven herself, its power might be different. He instilled the chaotic force into it, and immediately several petals burst out from it. The petals seemed weak and light, but they made the ninth realm's eyes become more solemn. The giant mouth that was about to bite Suyu suddenly closed. Then it turned its head and used its body to resist the attack. Bang! With a loud noise, the petals fell on the ninth realm's crystal shield. The defense, which was already falling apart, was finally broken. Suyu was prepared. He raised his hand and used the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. The ninth realm snorted coldly and opened its mouth. Real realm! It spat out a huge cube formed by the fusion of the 9 great Yuan realms. It wrapped the light beam of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations within it. After the beam of light entered it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a sound. Real realm. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. To be precise, it was a semi-real realm that was about to reach the level of a real realm. Just a little bit more, and it would be a real realm. Crack! The pseudo-real realm shattered, and the light beam penetrated through it. However, the energy was greatly weakened, and only a small part of it bombarded the ninth realm. It was neither light nor itchy, and it could not cause any harm. Suyu's heart sank. It was indeed difficult to deal with. He was still far from being able to tame the ninth realm. Even though he thought so, the ninth realm also felt that Suyu was difficult to deal with. With its current strength, it could be said that apart from a few of the top chaotic heavenly clan and the Saint Mountain Emperor, it had no rivals. However, it could not deal with a small human like Suyu. The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and the body of Mirrorflower Heaven were extremely difficult to deal with. The ninth realm's ferocious aura was stronger. The stronger Suyu was, the more he wanted to devour him. That way, the possibility of him achieving the body of absolute beginning would be greater. However, all of a sudden, the ninth realm's body trembled uncontrollably. Then it retreated quietly and snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Looking at the retreating ninth realm, the ninth realm said in disbelief, You actually defeated the ninth realm? Suyu's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. I did not defeat it. It has other secrets. Let's go and chase after it. Since they were fighting, he naturally had to take advantage of its weakness. Su, you keenly sensed that there seemed to be some problems with the ninth realm's body. Chapter 2905. Otherwise, the ninth realm wouldn't have given up on him so easily. As expected, the ninth realm's speed was greatly reduced. He stumbled and crawled in the mud. His eyes were filled with pain. The space-time swamp that was sustained by it was also fluctuating, a sign that it was about to shatter. This meant that the ninth realm had suffered a serious illness. What's going on? The ninth realm roared. It felt that its old wounds had suddenly worsened. Back then, when it was chased by the 9-star civilizations, it was not unscathed. Instead, it was heavily injured. Otherwise, how could it be willing to curl up here instead of continuing to slaughter the world? After many years of recuperation, his injuries had already stabilized and showed signs of healing. However, after fighting with Suyu just now, all of his injuries had erupted for some unknown reason, causing his body to be in intense pain. Oh, it's acting up much faster than I thought. A tender laugh echoed in the space-time swamp. The ninth realm's expression changed. He looked into the sky and shouted, White Snow, you old woman, how dare you scheme against me? It finally understood what the problem was. It was the 2 members of the Temple of Heaven who had been swallowed by it just now. They had been tricked by White Snow into coming here to die. They must have had some secret medicine on them, and when it swallowed the medicine, the White Snow's eyes widened. The secret medicine took effect and triggered his old wounds. Originally, by Shui had been waiting for the Ninth Realm's injuries to act up on their own. It would have taken at least a few days. However, because of the battle with Suyu, the medicine's effects had sped up, causing his old injuries to flare up prematurely. I'm so cute. It's really hard to be happy that you call me an old woman. Crash, the sky above the swamp, which had been covered by the chaotic space-time all year round, suddenly looked like the dark clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the bright moon. All the chaotic energy had retreated, revealing the clear sky above. A woman dressed in a snow-white robe, with snow-white hair and a petite figure like a 14-year-old girl, led a group of experts dressed in all kinds of clothes and gathered above her head like a dark cloud. The pupils of the Ninth Realm constricted. The temple master of the heavenly Tao Temple and the ancient sages of the big clans. The forces of a 9-star civilization were divided into 3 levels. They were the aristocratic families, the sacred race, and the primal chaos heavenly clan. The primal chaos heavens clan was established by the descendants of the sacred mountain. The strongest of them were known as the myriad saints, meaning that they were the strongest existences beneath the sun of heaven. Next was the sacred race. Every sacred race had an existence that had become a saint. The strongest among them was known as a great saint. Finally, there were the great clans and great clans. The peak experts of the great clans and great clans were known as ancient sages. The cultivation of an ancient sage was equivalent to that of a first stage, late stage, heaven's Tao Lord. Great sages were the second level. Wan Sheng, on the other hand, was at the 3rd level of the late stage of the Tao of Heaven. Although they all seemed to be late stage, heavenly Tao Lords, the difference in strength between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference of one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The people before him were all ancient sages of the major powers. The most powerful one was the temple master of the Temple of Heaven, whose strength was almost at the level of a great sage. His old injury was caused by the few great sages who were chasing after him that day. If it had been in the past, it would have treated these ancient sages as nothing more than snacks. Who would have thought that white snow would somehow find out that it had an old injury, and that an expert had given it pointers to create a secret medicine that would relapse its old injury? It had even tricked 2 of its own people to come to their deaths, allowing the secret medicine to successfully enter their bodies. The most unfortunate thing was that the human race's sacred body happened to be there and fought with it, forcing the secret medicine to relapse. It did not know how much of its strength it could use now. Little dragon snake, can't you be a little more obedient and return with us? White Snow blinked. Would you rather the sacred race and the primal chaos heavens clan obtain it than give us a chance? The 9th realm symbolized the limits of domains. How many people desired it? If they could refine it for their own use, it would be equivalent to having the qualifications to break through to the absolute beginning body. The major powers had been suppressed by the sacred ancestor and the primal chaos heavens clan for a long time, and there were very few opportunities for them to make a comeback. However, the 9th realm was completely different. As long as it was refined, it could at least become a great sage. Scram! The 9th realm endured the pain and roared. Do you believe that I will eat all of you? Sure, White Snow said with a smile. I will give it to you as a gift. Her body trembled, and a mysterious medicinal powder fell from the sky. The 9th realm immediately dodged with all its might. The medicinal powder was very likely what had caused its old injuries. However, White Snow laughed. What are you afraid of? That's just pepper powder. The 9th realm was furious after being teased. Bastard, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? When a tiger fell to the plains, it would be bullied by a dog. It opened its mouth and spat out a 9-colored flame. It soared into the sky and covered most of the sky. Domain Extreme Flame. The 9th realm roared. White Snow's expression changed. She immediately spread out with everyone else, causing the Domain Extreme Flame to miss. She stared at the dissipating flames with a trace of fear in her eyes. Back then, she had personally seen the Ninth Realm's domain extreme flame burn 3 great sages and 100 ancient sages to death. Even her body had a hideous burn scar that had yet to heal. Occasionally, she would feel intense pain. An epoch had passed, but her injuries were still there. Luckily, the Ninth Realm was not as ferocious as before. The power of the domain extreme flame was also far weaker. Otherwise, they would all have died from that flame. White snow narrowed her eyes. The surrounding ancient sages also noticed the Ninth Realm's weakness. Now was their only chance to kill him. The Ninth Realm was extremely cunning. Without waiting for them to attack, he immediately used the domain shield. White Snow and the others attacked. All sorts of treasured techniques and countless Tao artifacts came crashing down like a storm. Ding, ding, ding. The domain shield was much weaker than before, and a large number of cracks immediately appeared on it. After holding on for a moment, it shattered. Just as the attack was about to land, he once again used his pseudo-realm. However, the pseudo-realm was far weaker than when he fought Suyu. It only lasted for a moment before it was shattered. Countless attacks landed on the Ninth Realm's body. His 9-colored body was immediately torn apart, and he was in great pain. White Snow had a hint of suppressed excitement in her eyes. Continue. The Ninth Realm was a great opportunity. If they could obtain it, it would be a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. The Ninth Realm was furious. He roared, "I'm going to kill you all." Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a remnant wrapped in 9-colored light. The remnant was very simple, as if someone had casually scratched it with a finger. However, that finger contained the boundless mysteries of the Great Path. Suyu, who was watching in the dark, felt his eyebrows twitch. His heart could not help but beat faster. Not only that, but the Ultimate Ruin's divine tablet in his arms was also vibrating. Chapter 2906. Once the remnant appeared, the dark clouds rolled back. The chaotic space-time domain burst like bubbles. Not only that, the attacks that were aimed at the Ninth Realm all disappeared on their own. It was as if the remnant was the ancestor of all secret techniques. Any secret technique that encountered it would have to submit to it and become its king. Bai Shui and the other ancient sages saw that they had a chance to suppress the Ninth Realm, but they didn't expect the opponent to suddenly use a never-before-seen remnant. It destroyed all their attacks. However, this wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was that they realized that all their secret techniques were useless. They even lost the ability to fly. They were like normal people. The group of ancient sages lost all their techniques and fell from the sky. Luckily, their cultivation levels were high, so their bodies were strong, so they weren't injured. However, losing all their techniques made them uneasy. Bai Shui's eyes turned. She saw that the situation wasn't good, so she turned and ran. She didn't care about the Ninth Realm at all. Once she left, the ancient sages lost their morale. They all turned and ran. Run. The Ninth Realm was ferocious as it controlled the remnant. Countless mysterious divine techniques were released from the remnant marks. Every single one of them was vast and encompassed tens of thousands of races. These were the top secret techniques of the various races that were created from the remnant. Many ancient sages lost the ability to use their secret techniques and were attacked by the top secret techniques of the various races. The consequences were obvious. In an instant, cries of pain sounded. Many ancient sages fell into pools of blood and died on the spot. Bai Shui didn't need to turn around to know what was happening. Her face was filled with fear. She didn't even dream that the Ninth Realm was hiding such a powerful remnant. All of you die, cough, 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 cough. The Ninth Realm roared in anger. Suddenly, it started coughing violently. It coughed out a large amount of 9-colored blood. The remnant he controlled trembled uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Bai Shui and the others, who were about to escape, stopped in their tracks. They could tell that the Ninth Realm's remnant seemed to have caused a serious backlash. It caused its old injuries to erupt. Ah! The Ninth Realm screamed in pain. One could see the attacks from the remnant reflected in its eyes. This was the disadvantage of being the ancestor of all techniques. It had to suffer the same amount of secret techniques as it used them. In other words, it was suffering as much as the ancient sages suffered. Otherwise, if the remnant did not have any drawbacks, the Ninth Realm would have used it when he was fighting Suyu. Why would he wait until he was about to die? Ah! The Ninth Realm warrior rolled on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to get up. How could he still fight? Bai Shui and the others were overjoyed. The heavens are helping us! She took out a suppressive treasure and tossed it into the air, preparing to suppress the Ninth Realm. The Ninth Realm had completely lost its ability to fight back. It could only watch as it was suppressed. His eyes were filled with sorrow and unwillingness. In the end, it still failed, walking on the path of Supreme Being, becoming someone else's wedding dress. I can't believe it. At this moment, a beam of destructive light swept over without warning, shattering Bai Shui's treasure into dust. At the same time, a spatial domain appeared and swept the Ninth Domain far away. Bai Shui and the others were shocked. It has companions. Stop him. I'll go find the Ninth Realm. Several ancient sages charged in the direction of the light beam in anger, while Bai Shui chased after the Ninth Realm. At this moment, the Ninth Realm was holding the remnant in its mouth, looking at the source of the light beam with a complicated expression. How could it not recognize that light beam? It was Su Yu's great sickle of 10,000 calamity. I didn't expect the one who saved me to be my enemy. The Ninth Realm laughed mockingly, then activated its spatial domain. The spatial domain was twice as strong as Su Yu's, and the distance it could travel was beyond imagination. In a few breaths, the Ninth Realm was far away from Bai Shui's sensing range, quickly disappearing. Bai Shui was furious. Ah, damn it! The Ninth Realm was right in front of them. Such a rare opportunity had been destroyed by a mysterious person. How could they ever find a similar opportunity in the future? This is infuriating. Bai Shui turned around angrily, returning to the scene. A group of ancient sages were surrounding a mysterious, black-robed man. The latter was relying on the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and seemed invincible. Not only were they not suppressed, but they were completely suppressed. The other party clearly did not have much killing intent. Otherwise, they would have died on the spot. Seeing that Bai Shui had returned, Su Yu put away the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and immediately fled. He wanted to use the yin-yang gate of the Palace of Heaven to prevent them from becoming mortal enemies. The reason he let the Ninth Realm go was because he did not want it to fall into the hands of the Palace of Heaven. The Ninth Realm could only be obtained by Su Yu. Chase him! Bai Shui said angrily. How could she allow Su Yu to escape? Her strength was obviously higher than the other ancient sages. Su Yu could shake off the other ancient sages, but he could not shake off Bai Shui. Her movement technique was comparable to Jinhua Tianzi's body. Under such circumstances, Su Yu could only roll up his sleeves and take Wen Cheng and the Ninth Realm into his cavern world to prevent their appearances from being remembered. You let go of the ferocious Ninth Realm and helped the evildoer. The Palace of Heaven will not rest until you are dead. Bai Shui said angrily as she chased after Su Yu. Su Yu did not even turn his head. He said in a man's voice, "You don't have to be so pompous. You deceived 2 members of the Palace of Heaven to sacrifice themselves. You are not a righteous person." Bai Shui's eyes flashed. She raised her hand and took out a Dao artifact in the shape of a seal. She threw it far away. "Stay here." Su Yu did not even look at it. He used the space origin realm and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Bai Shui. Another space origin realm? What is his relationship with the Ninth Realm? Bai Shui was even more certain that the two were in cahoots. Su Yu frowned slightly. If he used his full strength, he could easily defeat or even kill Bai Shui. How troublesome! Su Yu's eyes flashed as he chased after the ninth realm. His original intention was to throw the ninth realm aside and reclaim it himself. However, Bai Shui was keeping a close eye on him, which seriously affected his plan. By the time he arrived, the ninth realm had already disappeared without a trace. Stupid girl! Su Yu turned around and glared at her. He stopped running and turned around to charge at her. You're in the way. Bai Shui laughed coldly. Let me see who you really are. She displayed the formidable cultivation of a peak ancient sage and took out the great seal again, pressing it toward Su Yu from afar. In an instant, the words Heavenly Law appeared on Su Yu's chest. Shortly after, the two words transformed into pitch-black chains, which tightly bound Su Yu's entire body. Seeing this, Bai Shui clapped her hands and said proudly, Going against me? She walked forward and was about to press Su Yu to the ground. However, something strange happened. Chapter 2907. The black chains on Su Yu's body broke apart inch by inch. How could an ordinary Tao artifact seal the body of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower? Ah! Bai Shui screamed, her petite body jumping back, trying to put some distance between them. But it was too late for her to react. Su Yu grabbed her wrist and pinned her to the ground. Let me go! Bai Shui's strength exploded as she tried to break free. But she was shocked to find that Su Yu's hand was like a rock, tightly gripping her neck and pinning her to the ground. She could not resist. At this moment, Bai Shui finally realized that Su Yu had been hiding his true strength. She was quick-witted and said, I'm the palace master of the palace of heaven. Killing or hurting me won't do any good. Su Yu said calmly, If I wanted to kill you, you and your companions would have died long ago. Bai Shui was relieved. Let me go, and I won't hold you accountable. Our grudges will be written off. How about that? Nothing. Su Yu said calmly. You were a hindrance. You let the ninth realm escape, and now you want to write it off. Hearing this, Bai Shui was furious. Weren't you the one who was a hindrance? I was about to succeed, but you interfered and allowed the ninth realm to escape. However, she was under Su Yu's control and did not dare argue. What do you want then? She asked. To make it up to me, of course. Su Yu touched her body. She was the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. She should have some extraordinary items on her. It would be great if the legendary Yin-Yang Gate was with him. Don't touch me, Bai Shui shouted. Su Yu's hand did not shy away, touching her all over. Su Yu pretended not to hear her. Soon he took out a large space storage device. Looking inside, there were all kinds of precious resources, more than what Su Yu had accumulated in his entire life. In particular, there were many special Tao artifacts, similar to the ones made by the charming Empress of the Nine Serenities. He could refine them and use them. These must have been prepared for the members of the Heavenly Law Palace. In addition, there were all kinds of divine techniques, currencies, and so on. These were no longer important to Su Yu. He opened his spatial storage device and poured out everything except the Tao artifacts. Looking at the mountain of items, White Snow was both angry and furious. But more than that, she felt that it was strange. Su Yu poured out almost everything, including the high-level divine techniques and secret techniques unique to the Heavenly Law Palace. It must be known that many people had begged them for these secret techniques, but none of them had been able to obtain them. Su Yu, on the other hand, had actually given up on them. What was he thinking? Wasn't that a little silly? How could she have known that Su Yu had mastered the ultimate ruins divine steel, which recorded all the supreme divine techniques of the myriad clans in the world? Why would he care about her collection? Unexpectedly, however, White Snow did not make a sound. Instead, she looked as if she was humiliated but did not dare to say anything. Pa! Unexpectedly, Su Yu slapped her butt and said, There's still a hidden space storage device. Hand it over. Bai Shui felt as if she had been electrocuted. Didn't you get everything? There was a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. These are just ordinary space storage devices. There's nothing valuable in them, Su Yu said calmly. You're not going to tell me that you left all your valuables in the Heavenly Law Palace, are you? The more powerful a person was, the more they liked to carry their valuables with them, because their own tyrannical strength was the best insurance. No. Bai Shui clenched her teeth. She had thought that Su Yu would be satisfied with the space storage artifact. In the end, Su Yu was an experienced robber. He could tell with one look that there was another special space storage artifact. Oh. Su Yu nodded, grabbing her pink clothes and tearing them apart. Ah, what are you doing? Bai Shui screamed, instinctively resisting, but was pressed to the ground by Su Yu, unable to move. Su Yu did not say a word. He tore off all of her clothes and stripped her naked, revealing her entire body. Then, as expected, he saw a crystal gem embedded in her chest. It was a small space storage device made from ore unique to the 9-star civilization. The space inside was only the size of a bag, and the items it could store were extremely limited. What was valuable was that the crystal gem was indestructible and required a special spell to activate. External forces could not break it open. Pervert, shameless bastard. Bai Shui's hands were in front of her chest, but she could not protect the gem, and the gem could not be protected. Her hands moved back and forth, unable to protect the gem. Behave yourself. Su Yu slapped her hand away and unceremoniously took the gemstone from her chest. He said indifferently, "Who asked you to chase after me?" Bai Shui wanted to cry. If she could go back in time, she would definitely stay as far away from Su Yu as possible. Why would she chase him? But Bai Shui was not particularly worried. The gem was indestructible, and Su Yu had no use for it. Su Yu held the gem in his palm and looked at it seriously. It's a bit like the half-real realm. And there was only one way to deal with the half-real realm. The 8 great realms. Even the half-real realm could not escape the support of the 8 great realms. As long as the 8 great realms were destroyed, the half-real realm would collapse on its own. It's good that you know. Don't waste your effort. Bai Shui snorted. Let me tell you, I will definitely not reveal any spells. I can guarantee it with my life. Even if you torture me, I will not say a word. Instead of wasting time, why don't you return it to me and tell me what you want? The Heavenly Law Palace might be able to help you. Su Yu's palm paused. I want the Yin-Yang Gate. Can you give it to me? The Yin-Yang Gate? Bai Shui blinked and nodded. No problem. Absolutely. Su Yu sighed. Don't blink when you're lying. I didn't blink. Bai Shui blinked, then opened her eyes. I'm not lying. So you can't give me the Yin-Yang Gate, right? Su Yu asked. He released the 8 great realms under Bai Shui's stunned gaze. He used his own great realms to resonate with the 8 great realms within the gem. Crack! The 8 great realms quickly crumbled, and the gem naturally shattered. A ball of space energy surged from within. There were 3 items wrapped within the backpack-sized space. One was an antique wooden seal, with an aura of vicissitudes circulating around it. It had existed for a very long time, for words were clearly carved on the seal. Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace. This was the seal that symbolized the master of the Heavenly Law Palace. Good stuff, I want it. Su Yu grabbed the seal of the Heavenly Law Palace and stuffed it into his space storage device. Chapter 2908. You can take anything but this, she exclaimed. Really? Su Yu took out another item from the space. It was a stone statue filled with a thick aura of chaos. Countless words were written on the base of the stone statue. Su Yu did not know what it was, but he knew that it was definitely something good. Take it. Ah, don't take this, I'll die. Bai Shui begged. Su Yu's face tightened. Didn't you say that I could take anything? Only this, Bai Shui said. Su Yu shook his head. You never make sense of anything you say. Just now you said that only the seal could not be taken away, and now you're saying that only the stone statue could not be taken away. From this, it can be seen that everything here can be taken away. Bai Shui was trembling with anger. What kind of robber's logic was this to come to such a ridiculous conclusion? So, the last item can be taken away, right? Su Yu asked. Bai Shui shook her head. Absolutely not. Su Yu reached out and took it out. Don't say things that go against your heart. If you want me to take it away, just say so. Isn't it better to be honest? Ah, shameless pervert. Bai Shui clawed at the ground in anger. Su Yu said nonchalantly, I'm not as shameless as you. He loosened his grip and threw it to the side as if he was throwing away trash. He waved his hand and said, All right, let's go. Bai Shui looked at Su Yu's space storage artifact, biting her lip. Each of those 3 items was of utmost importance and could not be lost. If you really want to take it away, you might as well kill me, she said as she picked up the clothes on the ground, barely wrapping them around her body. Su Yu weighed the last item in his hand. It looked like an ordinary Dao artifact, but in reality it was no less powerful than the sinful sword. But the most important thing was not the Dao artifact itself, but the fact that it was a letter. The words on it were the most important. No matter how rich a 9-star civilization was, they could not use a Dao artifact on the level of the sinful sword to send messages. If you can answer one of my questions, I can return this to you, Su Yu said with a glint in his eyes. Bai Shui rolled her eyes. What is it? She also attached great importance to that Dao artifact. What I want to know is how to obtain the yin-yang gate of the Heavenly Law Palace, Su Yu asked. Unfortunately, White Snow didn't have the yin-yang gate. Don't try to deceive me. It's meaningless. Bai Shui thought for a while and said, There's no other way. The yin-yang gate is in the hands of the Grand Hall Master. Outsiders can't even touch it. And the Grand Hall Master? As if sensing Su Yu's doubt, Bai Shui said, You don't think that all the previous palace masters of the Heavenly Law Palace are dead, do you? Su Yu came to a sudden realization. A 9-star civilization could not be compared to an 8-star civilization. There was no such thing as an apocalypse. A living being could live for several epochs. After countless accumulations, it was entirely possible for the Temple of Heaven to have more than 2 temple masters. From White Snow's tone, it seemed like there was more than one Grand Hall Master. How's his power? Su Yu asked. If there was no other way, he could only kill his way to the Temple of Heaven and rob the yin-yang gate. Why, do you think you can press them to the ground and rob them of everything like I did? Bai Shui said angrily, They are all ancient saints. Furthermore, every one of them has befriended many great saints. All you have to do is send a message, and great saints will come immediately. Even though your power is not bad, in front of a great saint, it's honestly not enough. Su, you could use the great sickle of 10,000 calamity to fight a peak ancient saint. But it might not be the same for a great saint. The Temple of Heaven had existed for such a long time that it naturally had a wide network of people. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Neither would it work. Would it be like this for the rest of his life? It's really difficult to use the yin-yang gate. So you fell into deep thought. Ah, you just want to use it? Bai Shui made a fuss. Su Yu rolled his eyes. What else could I do? Bai Shui rolled her eyes and stared at the item in Su Yu's hand. Who would have thought that someone as greedy as you would only want to use it and not take it for yourself? Su Yu understood the hidden meaning in her words. Tell me, how do you use the yin-yang gate? Bai Shui clapped her hands. Actually, it's very simple. The Temple of Heaven distributes a few missions to the outside world every year. As long as you complete them, you will receive a reward. You can convert the reward into using the yin-yang gate. The two do not conflict. But the prerequisite is that you have your own faction, which has to be at least at the level of a large clan. Otherwise, a faction with a lower level wouldn't even have the right to accept the mission. Suyu was suddenly enlightened. My own faction? It looked like he still had to reorganize the many factions in the abandoned civilization. That way, he could quickly expand his own strength and reach the level of a large clan. All right, I'll return this to you, Suyu said, keeping his promise. Bai Shui was delighted, laughing to herself. What a fool! This item is even more important than the other two. However, his face stiffened shortly after because Suyu had said something else. Anyway, I also have a share. With a wave of his hand, another invitation appeared in his palm. The two were exactly the same. You dare to fake something like this? Bai Shui's jaw dropped. No, you probably don't know where this invitation came from, do you? I know. Isn't it just an invitation from a Saint clan? Su, you looked at the Tao artifact in his hand. With a touch of his palm, a ray of 9-colored light pulsed inside, and the words inside appeared. Oh, it's an invitation from a Saint clan of craftsmen to witness the birth of the absolute heaven sword. Patter! Bai Shui was dumbfounded. She was so shocked that she dropped the Tao artifact in her hand. You can actually activate the words inside, she said in a daze. Suyu asked, why is it that difficult? He looked carefully and realized, is this the power of the saint body? Within the 9-colored light, there was a hint of the power of the saint body. How did you do it? Bai Shui was shocked. I obtained the invitation by accident, but neither I nor the palace grand masters could open the Tao artifact and read its contents. The only thing we know is that the invitation probably came from the famous Sword Saint clan of the 9-star civilizations. The Sword Saint clan is ranked 3rd among the Saint clans. They are extremely powerful, and their overall strength is close to that of the Chaotic Heavens clan. Their invitation is no small matter. But how did you open it? Su, you knew that he could open it because he also had the saint body. The power of the saint body contained within resonated with him, and he opened the letter. Chapter 2909. Bai Shui moved closer and looked at Suyu again. Are you Ho-E from one of the saint clans? All the invitations are only given to the saint clans. The most suspicious thing was that Suyu's strange magical powers were too powerful. He had single-handedly suppressed her and a group of ancient sages, and she had fallen into his hands. In the 9-star civilizations, such a young and powerful person could only be the Ho-E of the saint clans. Guess. Even if you guess correctly. I won't tell you, Suyu said without hesitation. Bai Shui's cheeks puffed up. There's nothing likable about you. That's right. Every single hair on your body is annoying. Thank you for the compliment, Suyu replied absent-mindedly. In his heart, he was pondering where the Sacred Sword Tribe's invitation letter came from. Didn't they say that the Sacred Sword Clan and the Sacred Mountain Emperor were each other's nemesis? Those who could kill the Sacred Mountain Emperor must have the sacred body. Those who could kill the Sacred Mountain Emperor must be the Sacred Mountain Emperor. If the Sacred Sword Clan had the Sacred Sword Clan, why would the Sacred Mountain Emperor be so indifferent? The 9-star civilizations were under the watchful eyes of the Sacred Mountain Emperor, and the chaotic, heavenly clan was everywhere. The existence of the Sacred Sword Clan should not have been able to hide it. Moreover, the invitation contained the Sacred Sword Clan's Sacred Sword Clan did not intend to hide it. Hey, tell me. Bai Shui rolled her eyes, not intending to leave. Instead, she was extremely curious. Even her tone was much better, and her attitude was no longer nasty. You want to know? Suyu looked at her. She nodded repeatedly and blinked her large eyes. Hurry up and tell me, she said, coquettishly. Suyu chuckled. Old woman, don't pretend to be a little girl. It's better for us to be more practical. Bai Shui looked 14 years old, but she was actually an old monster who had lived for many years. Su Yu's seniority was not even comparable to Ho Yi's. Practical? Sure. Bai Shui smiled, letting go of her tattered clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. She said, coquettishly, "What do you want to be more practical?" Suyu turned a blind eye to it. After all, he had already stripped her naked just now and had seen everything he wanted to see. So, what could possibly attract him now that she had revealed a little? What I am talking about is this. Suyu waved the fake invitation in his hand. You are very concerned about this invitation. I think you don't just want to witness the birth of the absolute heaven sword, right? This white snow was extremely cunning. For her to be so serious about the Sword Saint clan's invitation, there had to be great benefits. Bai Shui averted her eyes. What's in it? Suyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Holding his forged invitation, he stood up and said, "Fine, I'll go by myself." Bai Shui panicked. She did have an invitation, but she had to activate it, just like Suyu had done just now. Suyu was the only one known to be able to undo the invitation. Sigh. Fine, I'll tell you. Bai Shui stomped her foot unwillingly. With Suyu's unrelenting attitude, he would probably take more than half of the benefits. Before the birth of the absolute heaven sword, an era's worth of pure energy will leak out. We, as visitors, have the right to obtain a portion. With this energy, I might even be able to break through to the great saint level. Indeed, there were great benefits to be had. No wonder Bai Shui valued it so highly. The further one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to progress. Normal treasures had almost lost their effect on the master of the heaven law. Only items with great energy could satisfy the need for a breakthrough. Suyu's eyes glowed. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? Even though it would be difficult to become an ancient saint in one step, he would at least be one step closer to becoming an ancient saint. All right, farewell. Suyu elegantly turned around and left. What? Bai Shui's eyes widened. You're not planning to bring me along? She said, waving the invitation in her hand. Did I say I would bring you along? Suyu asked. Bai Shui was going crazy. Suyu was too shameless. She had already told him the truth. But he was still acting shamelessly. You're not allowed to leave, or I'll kill myself in front of you. She pounced forward and hugged Suyu's thigh. Suyu chuckled. Give me a reason to bring you along. The famous Sword Sacred Tribe only recognizes the invitation, not the person. I can go alone without any problems. Bai Shui hurriedly said. But I am the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. Following me would be safer. Suyu disagreed. Safer? The people going are all sacred tribe members. What use would you be if you went with the identity of the Heavenly Law Palace? Bai Shui was speechless. She really was useless. Farewell. Suyu turned to leave. Wait, you need someone to lead the way, right? Bai Shui blurted out in a panic. Suyu stopped in his tracks. He really did need someone to lead the way. He had no idea where the famous Sword Sacred Tribe was. All right, that's a good reason. Suyu nodded. Bai Shui was stunned, looking at Suyu in a daze. So many reasons had been defeated by a mere reason to lead the way. She felt that her brain was lacking, unable to keep up with Suyu's train of thought. Then, wait a moment, I'll comfort my companions. Bai Shui looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. Go. Bai Shui immediately returned to her original spot. A group of ancient sages from the great clans were healing and cleaning up the mess. This time they had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the 20 ancient sages who had come with them had been killed by the Ninth Realm's remnant scars. The rest had been injured by Suyu. Palace Master of the Heavenly Law Palace, you have to take responsibility for this operation. One of the injured elders had half his body covered in water and the other half in fire. He said this meaningfully as he healed his injuries. As soon as he said this, the rest of the people began to complain. That's right. You were the one who said that the Ninth Realm was heavily injured and that we had absolute confidence in subduing it. But what happened in the end? We hid it from the Supreme Palace Master and our clansmen to secretly come to help you. But we still caused such heavy casualties. Bai Shui did not refute the crowd's accusations. She silently accepted them all. She waited until they were done blaming her before saying in a low voice, "I will compensate you for this incident. You can rest assured that I will not shirk responsibility." Just as they had said, this operation had been kept secret from the outside world. They had not expected it to cause such heavy casualties. The 20 or so ancient sages from the great clans all had deep ties with the Palace of Heavenly Law. Because of her decision, they had suffered such heavy losses. There would be no small amount of trouble in the future. Compensate? How? That's easy for you to say. The half-fire, half-water elder sneered. For this operation, our sacrifices are immeasurable. Chapter 29:10. Bai Shui bit her red lips and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm going to a place this time to get enough primordial energy for you, even if it costs me my life. It'll be enough to make up for the damage you've suffered, as well as the fallen ancient saints." Primordial energy? The pupils of the fire and water elders shrank. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" The fire and water elders questioned. In today's 9-star civilizations, the wilderness that still contains primordial energy has long been dug clean. Only the Holy Clan and the chaotic Heavenly Clan might still have some. Where are you going to get primordial energy for us? Bai Shui raised her fingers and said, "I swear to the Palace of Heaven that I will bring it back for you. If I can't, I'll never come back." Only then did the ancient saints finally believe her. Swearing to the Palace of Heaven was no small matter. If she broke her promise, it was likely that the punishment would come true. That was never to come back. "All right, we'll believe you for now. We'll keep the matter here a secret and not let the Supreme Palace Master know. Then we'll wait for the good news from the Palace Master." The fire and water elders were all smiles. If she could really bring back enough primordial energy, what would her injuries amount to? She might even be able to break through to the great saint level. Bai Shui nodded and immediately went to meet up with Su Yu. Su Yu seemed to be sitting on a rock casually, but there were 2 eyes turning in his palm. They were looking at the place where Bai Shui had been. "I'm back. I was afraid you'd run away." Bai Shui had changed into a snow-white dress again, making her petite and exquisite body look like a little princess of the royal family. Su Yu calmly closed his palm. When he opened it again, the eyes had disappeared. "What have you been doing for so long?" Su Yu stood up and asked casually. Bai Shui laughed. "What do you think I could do? I'm a bad person. Of course I'm up to no good. Why are you afraid?" She waved her small fist and snorted. Su Yu looked at her meaningfully and said indifferently, "Lead the way." Bai Shui withdrew her fist in confusion. "That's not right. Shouldn't this guy talk back and make me angry? Why did he suddenly change?" Even though she was confused, it was better that Su Yu didn't cause her trouble. Half a day later, regardless of whether it was Su Yu and the others or the ancient saints of the great clans, all of them had left the scene, leaving behind only the aftermath of the battle. The space-time swamp, which was once known as one of the forbidden areas of the 9-star civilizations, had been completely destroyed by the remnant of the Heavenly Law Master. Soon after, a group of stone men rushed over, including the black-robed leader who had issued the order to arrest Wencheng. Staring at the traces of battle on the ground, the black-robed leader's expression changed. What happened here? There were some traces of battle left behind, and it was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Did the 2 people who faked the official documents die inside? The black-robed leader was still brooding over the fact that Su Yu was able to block the petrification of the golden giant boulder. A group of people searched around. After a long time, they shook their heads. "We didn't find the bodies of the girl and her companions. How troublesome." The black-robed leader had a cold look in his eyes. "Lord Cheongqi just emphasized that we need to tighten the checks at the entrance. Yet 2 people with fake documents came in. His confidant rolled his eyes and said, "Sir, why are you worried? It's just 2 people who came in. It has nothing to do with the overall situation. Lord Cheong-chi might not know about it." The black-robed leader was silent for a long time. Then he sighed deeply and said, "I hope so. I hope that the black-robed person will not affect Lord Cheong-chi's plan." In a faraway, dilapidated civilization, a tragic scene was unfolding in a dilapidated civilization that was emitting a weak glow. Numerous flying doctrine artifacts with skull flags were flying over the dilapidated civilization like locusts passing by. Mysterious people with skull marks on their chests jumped down from the flying doctrine artifacts. The Skull Team. When the strong fighters of the civilization discovered the identity of the newcomers, they were filled with despair. The Skull Team was a ghost that wandered in the dilapidated civilization. They would appear at any time and harvest the entire dilapidated civilization. They would kill all the men, abduct all the women, and rob all the resources. Wherever they passed, the dilapidated civilization would be destroyed. Over the years, many dilapidated civilizations had fallen victim to them. As the strong fighters of the dilapidated civilization looked at the Skull Team that was descending upon them, they were filled with despair. In their despair, they were ready to fight to the death. The Wave Sky civilization swears not to surrender. As the 6 shouts came from the dilapidated civilization, 6 Heavenly Law Lord Middle Stage experts soared into the sky. They fought against the Skull Team that was descending like a storm. Although they were powerful, how could they be a match for the Skull Team that was terror-stricken? After struggling for a while, they began to scream miserably. The rest of the powerhouses were quickly defeated, and they ended up being injured. Hee. I've long heard that the Wave Sky civilization is the strongest dilapidated civilization among the 1,000 nearby dilapidated civilizations. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really doesn't live up to its name. Ha ha ha. They are all trash that can't even withstand a single blow. I alone can sweep through the Wave Sky civilization. Brothers, the women and resources of the Wave Sky civilization are all yours. Kill. The Skull Team descended like a dark cloud, giving all living beings endless despair. However, at this moment, a deep sigh came from the depths of the Wave Sky civilization. Skull Team, I don't want to bother with you. Why must you force me to take action? With a cold snort, the ground of the Wave Sky civilization split open. A white-robed old man slowly walked out from the ground. His aura was calm, but every move he made contained a majestic power that could affect the heavens and earth. The Skull Team members that were about to descend retreated frantically, their faces filled with shock. Ah, old ancestor Lantian? The expressions of the Skull Team members changed drastically. Old ancestor Lantian was the ancestor of the Wave Sky civilization. He was also the guardian of this dilapidated civilization. However, since half an era ago he had never appeared again. Many rumors said that he had already died. Because of this, the Skull Team dared to attack. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Old ancestor Lantian's plain, white robe fluttered, even though there was no wind. With a glare, thousands of skeleton members immediately turned into a mist of blood, and half of the sky was dyed red. Then he swiped his finger in the sky, and a string of Skull Team members were crushed into pieces. The powerful Skull Team was like ants in front of old ancestor Lantian, and they were massacred. All the living beings of the Wave Sky civilization rejoiced. Old ancestor Lantian, old ancestor is immortal. Just as old ancestor Lantian was slaughtering the Skull Team, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from one of the ships. Ancient Sage Realm, old ancestor Lantian. We haven't seen each other for half an era, but you've still broken through to this stage. Chapter 2911. He couldn't help but say, didn't you die in battle? That voice made the powerful and invincible ancestor Lan Tian panic. He stopped slaughtering and looked at the ship without blinking. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes that the person in the ship was not the one he had imagined. The skeleton ship shook, and a man wearing a skull mask appeared at the bow of the ship. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen under the mask. Seeing him, the last trace of hope in ancestor Lan Tian's heart was completely shattered, and he couldn't help but gasp. Gai Tianmo! Gai Tianmo was the most mysterious and powerful leader of the Skull Team. His strength was unfathomable. At least, he was already invincible when they besieged him back then. The people of the world only knew that the Skull Unit was invincible, destroying civilizations after civilizations. But they did not know that in truth, half an era ago, the top experts of the broken civilizations had secretly assassinated the leader of the Skull Unit, Gai Tianmo. In that battle, many experts of the broken civilization, including ancestor Lan Tian, were severely injured. Most of the participants died in Gai Tianmo's hands, and only a few of them survived, but they were also seriously injured. Ancestor Lan Tian didn't come out for half a century because he was healing. However, what he didn't expect was that Gai Tianmo, who they had sacrificed countless people to kill back then, was still alive. He clearly remembered that they couldn't kill Gai Tianmo in time. Why was he still alive? It seems you still remember me. Gai Tianmo jumped off the warship and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His body fell down. When he fell in front of divine ancestor Lan Tian, he suddenly stopped and stared at divine ancestor Lan Tian with a pair of blood-red eyes. Have you thought about how to die? Divine ancestor Lan Tian's heart jumped. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and spat out a folded yellow paper talisman. This was his strongest offensive magic treasure, and he'd always concealed it within his mouth for the sake of giving his enemy a strike of surprise when he encountered a formidable enemy that he couldn't resist. It was this paper talisman that gave Gai Tianmo a heavy blow and decided the final outcome of that battle. This time, even if Gai Tianmo was on guard, it was enough to trap him for a while and buy him time to escape. However, what shocked divine ancestor Lan Tian was that Gai Tianmo had easily crushed the talisman paper with a simple grab. You probably misunderstood my current realm, Gai Tianmo said lightly. He opened his palm, and a cloud of powder flew into the air. Divine ancestor Lan Tian's pupils constricted, and he turned around and fled without hesitation. The current covering heaven demon was several times stronger than before. If he had been at ancient sage pinnacle in the past, then he should be at divine ancestor Lan Tian. Didn't get very far before Gai Tianmo appeared in front of her with a single step. His eyes were cold as he said, "Since you don't want to choose how to die, let me choose for you." His blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared hard. Divine ancestor Lan Tian screamed and turned into a mist of blood. A transparent soul body escaped from the blood mist. But as soon as it moved, it was grabbed by Gai Tianmo and then thrown into its mouth, eating it alive. Sacred ancestor Lan Tian perished just like that, leaving behind a group of beings from the Lan Tian civilization who were filled with despair and disbelief. Their guardian god died just like that. Gai Tianmo stared coldly at the beings on the ground and said indifferently, "Destroy!" Immediately, countless of the Skull Unit's experts flew down without any hesitation and started a one-sided massacre. 1 month later, the Lan Tian civilization became a sea of blood, and rotten corpses were everywhere. All the resources and women of the civilization were plundered. Gai Tianmo slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, "The next civilization, Heavenly Saint." Back then, the Heavenly Saint civilization had participated in the assassination of him. Now he had to take revenge. But suddenly a message came. Gai Tianmo casually grabbed the message in his palm. His soul scanned, and his blood-red eyes flashed. Then he immediately commanded the skeleton unit to go somewhere. When they arrived at a broken civilization, Gai Tianmo flew down and saw a beautiful woman trapped in a water droplet on a desolate mountain peak. She was none other than Xiao Yan. Splash! The water droplet shattered, and the water condensed into a human figure. It was the members of the skeleton unit who had attacked the broken civilization. "Greetings, leader," the person said immediately after appearing. Guy Tianma looked at Xiao Yan and said indifferently, "You said that the 2 guardians were killed." It turned out that the 3 people with this person were guardians of the skeleton unit. They were ordered to go to the Haotian civilization to see how the skeleton unit's tamed demonic beasts were doing. Who would have thought that they would not return and meet with misfortune? Of course, Guy Tianma was not concerned about the guardians' lives, but about the demonic beasts. Yes, they were killed by an unknown black-robed person, the guardian said sadly. "Please help us, leader." Guy Tianma said calmly, "So those demonic beasts have fallen into this person's hands." "Yes, when we rushed over, they had already taken them. We tried our best." Guy Tianma nodded slowly. Thank you." He reached out and patted the black-robed person's shoulder lightly. But with just a light pat, the black-robed person did not even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of sand. Xiao Yan, who had just climbed up, screamed when she saw this scene. She hurriedly covered her mouth and stared at Guy Tianma in fear. She did not even dare to breathe. Guy Tianma said calmly, "I don't like people who make excuses for failure." He turned to look at Xiao Yan. "Where is that person?" Xiao Yan did not dare to hide anything. She hurriedly said, "He's in a small, broken civilization next to the Haotian civilization." "Please don't kill me, sir." Guy Tianma frowned slightly. "Are there any decent, broken civilizations in that civilization?" Although his protectors weren't very strong, they weren't weak either. To be able to kill them, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, they could subdue all the demonic beasts. Xiao Yan's body trembled. "I'm not lying." Guy Tianma looked at Xiao Yan and smiled. "Lead the way." He grabbed Xiao Yan onto the warship and said, "Change of target. Next destination, the Haotian civilization." The members of the skeleton unit were shocked. Why did they suddenly change targets? Guy Tianma had hated the Heavenly Saint civilization for a long time. "It's been too long since someone dared to challenge me," Guy Tianma murmured. He raised his finger and pointed at the dark, abandoned civilization. A terrifying jet-black light pierced through the darkness and destroyed everything in its path. The destructive shockwave that reverberated through the heavens and earth was not something that an ancient sage could release. He was already a great sage. Chapter 29:12. The dilapidated civilization was completely unaware that an evil and powerful dark cloud was slowly looming over. At the same time, in the distant Nine-Star civilization, Su Yu and Bai Shui disguised themselves and arrived at the territory of the Sword Sacred Tribe. The Sword Sacred Tribe was located in the oldest battlefield of the Nine-Star civilization, the Burial Battlefield. Rumor had it that this was the place where the Holy Mountain Emperor and the Absolute Beginning Creatures fought fiercely. Generations of Absolute Beginning Creatures had fought against the Holy Mountain, and this place had always been a battleground. In the previous era, when the Yuan ancestor had led the Absolute Beginning Creatures to sweep across the battlefield, a terrible war had broken out here. It was said that the Yuan ancestor had used the life cauldron to sink half of the battlefield, leaving behind a terrifying pit called the Black Abyss. The skeletons that had been buried for countless eras were slowly awakened under the influence of the life cauldron. Those resurrected creatures were super experts who had participated in the war between the Holy Mountain and the Absolute Beginning Creatures. The skeletons had survived for countless years. Now that they were resurrected, one could imagine how powerful they were. Rumor had it that every full moon a huge, terrifying projection would appear from the Black Abyss. The projection would cover the sun, moon, and stars, stepping on the Nine-Star civilization. Wherever the projection shrouded, the creatures would be anxious for 3 days and 3 nights. The plants would wither, and the sun, moon, and stars would dim. An era had passed, but the projection had not disappeared. Instead, it had become more solid. Every full moon, it would appear in the vast world, covering the land of the nine-star civilization. Some people guessed that it was an ancient, absolute beginning creature. Its power was probably second only to the Yuan ancestor. It must have been an existence that could fight against the Holy Mountain Emperor. Now that it had died for countless eras, it still held a deep hatred for the Holy Mountain. However, the world had been washed over by countless eras, and civilizations had collapsed countless times. The ancient history had long been lost, and no one had recorded it. No one knew who the owner of the projection was. On this day, this is the burial battlefield. Bai Shui stared at the desolate ancient battlefield, her face full of shock. As far as the eye could see, there were skeletons half buried in the ground and various weapons protruding from the ground. After countless years of erosion, the weapons had decayed. The skeletons had lost their color and were weathering. If we cross the burial battlefield, we can reach the sword sacred tribe. Bai Shui looked at the battlefield cautiously. Su Yu nodded, but he did not take a step forward. Instead, he flicked his finger. A ray of light fell on the battlefield in front of him. In the end, a powerful ripple spread out from the ground of the battlefield and completely crushed the light. You're quite cautious. It's hard to harm you. Bai Shui shook her head. This light was the remnant power emitted by the countless corpses and weapons buried here. After settling here for so many years, it formed a layer of something similar to a protective membrane. Anything that came into contact with it would be destroyed instinctively by the residual power. Of course, it wasn't dangerous for Su Yu, and he would just feel a little uncomfortable. However, he didn't expect that Su Yu would be so cautious. Su Yu replied calmly, "Is there even a need to think about it? There are so many skeletons and corpses here, but no one has excavated them for so many years. There must be something unusual here. These corpses and weapons belong to ancient experts. How could anyone not be tempted?" However, they were still the same as before. There must be a reason for this, which was why Su Yu was being more cautious. "Sai, I can't trick you. Let's go." A wisp of the heavenly lawmaster's power appeared beneath Bai Shui's feet as she stepped into the air. Visible to the naked eye, a series of ripples continuously rippled under her feet. That was the result of the aftershocks attacking her. However, she was so powerful that the remnant power couldn't harm her. Su Yu looked into the depths of the battlefield. None of the people who could enter the Sword Saint tribe were weaklings. They were all the strongest in the world. Su Yu nodded and stepped onto the battlefield. He didn't use any power, but the remnant power attacking the soles of his feet couldn't cause any harm. "What a monster," Bai Shui muttered. To be able to cross the burial sky battlefield without relying on his own power like Su Yu did, he must be a great saint or above. Even as a peak ancient saint, she wouldn't dare cross the burial sky battlefield like that. "You talk too much," Su Yu said calmly. He was about to walk forward when he suddenly looked back. Bai Shui also felt it. Her pupils shrank as she looked back. She immediately landed and pulled Su Yu to the side. She even lowered her head, not daring to look at the newcomer. "Don't look," she whispered. Su Yu didn't act rashly. He looked away after a quick glance. It seemed to be a blood-red palanquin. It was carried by 4 golden skeletons. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them and passed by. When they came into contact, Su Yu smelled a thick stench of blood. He also felt an extremely terrifying gaze sweeping past the two of them. It was a very cold feeling that made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he felt as if he had been seen through. Fortunately, the blood-red palanquin didn't stop. It went straight into the burial sky battlefield. But when Su Yu looked over, he couldn't help but be surprised to find that the 4 golden skeletons were moving forward without touching the ground. The remnant power of the battlefield had no effect on them. If what Bai Shui said was true, then the 4 golden skeletons were all great saints. If the palanquin was carried by 4 great saints, then the person in the palanquin. Just thinking about it made Suyu serious. It seemed that the appearance of the absolute heaven sword of the famous Sword Saint clan had attracted countless powerful fighters. Bai Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Phew! How terrifying! To think that we would meet the old demon Shui here. Suyu asked, "Is the old demon Shui a great saint?" Bai Shui shook her head. Not just a great saint. He ranks in the top 100 among the great saints. Only in the top 100? That was still a far cry from the 3rd-ranked, famous Sword Saint clan. Seeing Su Yu's disapproval, Bai Shui said, "Although the old demon Shui's ranking is not very high, he is definitely the most dangerous great saint to us ancient saints. Because of his cultivation, he often needs to capture ancient saints to eat. Countless ancient saints have been harmed by him." Su Yu was slightly shocked. There was such an evil cultivator in the 9-star civilization as well. But is there no one to deal with him? Suyu asked. The 9th Realm's massacre in the 9-star civilization had attracted the pursuit of countless powerful fighters. There was no reason for the old demon Shui to be safe. Bai Shui shrunk her neck. Who would dare provoke the old demon Shui? He is cruel and vengeful by nature. He is also proficient in blood techniques. There is no way to kill him, Bai Shui said. In the past, countless great saints tried to kill him. But what was the result? Every time they thought they had killed the old demon Shui, he would come back to life and take revenge on them one by one. Those who encircled him are all dead now. Chapter 29:13. In terms of strength, old demon Shui might not be the strongest, but in terms of ferocity, few great saints could match him. Other great saints would not bother with ordinary people unless it was necessary, but old demon Shui was different. Anyone who offended him, no matter how strong or weak, would seek revenge. That was why everyone was afraid of him. They were afraid of provoking him unintentionally. That was why Bai Shui was so afraid of him. Even old demon Shui is here. How could the other great saints be absent? Bai Shui smiled bitterly. She realized that she had been too naive. She had thought that deciphering the invitation would give her access to the primordial energy. She had even been perverted in front of the ancient saints. She could definitely make it up to them. Perhaps her words had come true, and she was really going to die here. Suyu had a feeling that the difficulty this time was not as optimistic as Bai Shui had predicted. There would definitely be many great saints present. Their goal should also be the primordial energy. One could imagine how intense the competition would be. But Suyu was not as pessimistic as Bai Shui. So what if there were many strong fighters? He might be able to find an opportunity in the cracks. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. But I must go to the Sword Saint clan. Despite her fear, Bai Shui did not forget her promise. Suyu praised her in his heart, expressionlessly saying, "Don't worry, we will definitely find something." In the next 3 days, the two of them traversed the burial battlefield, seeing countless remnants of ancient battlefields along the way. They continued until they reached the side of a gigantic pit. The pit was boundless with no end in sight. Just as the rumors had said, half of the burial battlefield had been smashed by the human ancestor with the life cauldron, becoming the famous Black Abyss. Standing at the edge of the Black Abyss, looking down into the bottomless abyss, it gave one an unsuppressible sense of fear. It was as if there was an ancient being inside that could devour anyone who passed by at any time. Suyu, who had mastered the 8 elements, could clearly feel that there was something inhuman moving in the depths of the Black Abyss. No, not only was there something inhuman, but there were also living beings within. There seems to be a sound inside. Bai Shui finally sensed it, staring straight into the depths of the Black Abyss. The sound seemed to be getting closer and closer. Both of them retreated cautiously, and when they were about 10,000 feet away, a cloud of black mist erupted from the dark abyss. 2 living beings hurriedly escaped from the black mist. Their bodies were covered in blood, and one of them was even more horrifying. His chest had been pierced through by a jet-black bone claw, and blood was flowing nonstop. However, he still came to the surface with determination. His companion's injuries were much better, but his strength was exhausted and his movements were slow. Crack! Within the black mist, the sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard. Taking a closer look, they were all densely packed skeletons. There was an extremely ancient aura lingering on these skeletons, and they were at least existences that surpassed an epoch. They were strangely shaped, and their eyes flickered with crimson flames, indicating that they had a weak intelligence. Although they were skeletons, their movements were extremely fast. With layers of afterimages, he arrived in front of them. The pitch-black bone claws turned into extremely sharp blades and slashed at their necks. Run! The one who had his chest pierced was a middle-aged man with coarse skin. He pushed away the young man, who was relatively well injured. The sharp blade landed on the middle-aged man's shoulder, almost cutting off half of his shoulder. The middle-aged man groaned and fell into a pool of blood, struggling with great difficulty. The young man looked back and decisively gave up on him, fleeing immediately. Several skeletons chased after him at lightning speed, leaving behind only one skeleton. One of them lifted his foot and stomped on the middle-aged man's head. This stomp would definitely end his life. At the critical moment, a 9-colored ray of light swept over and sent the skeleton flying. The latter rolled on the ground as he flew, and finally got up with difficulty. His dark red eyes looked at Tsuyu, and the flames in his eyes flickered violently. He opened his mouth and let out a creaking sound. It seemed to be saying something to Tsuyu. The other skeletons sensed that something was amiss and came back one after another. They all opened their mouths and kept saying something to Tsuyu. Unfortunately, Tsuyu could not understand what they were saying. "Be careful." Bai Shui frowned. With a flick of her finger, several powerful rays of the Heavenly Lawmaster's energy sent a group of skeletons flying into the black abyss. Tsuyu frowned slightly. Did that group of skeletons know him? "You sure are brave," Bai Shui said. "Those are all dead spirits. They might have cast some kind of verbal spell on you, but you just stood there without moving." Tsuyu shook his head. It was not a spell, but a message. "But who came? Saving people is not your style." Bai Shui glanced at the heavily injured middle-aged man, then at Tsuyu, feeling incredulous. The Tsuyu she knew was definitely an extremely cold and callous person. He had actually drawn his sword to help. It was really unexpected. At their level of cultivation, they were already used to the injustice of the world. They had long lost their passion for people who had nothing to do with them. Tsuyu said expressionlessly, "It's not a big deal. What's the harm in saving him?" He looked down at the middle-aged man. "Can you heal yourself?" The middle-aged man sat up with difficulty. "Thank you for your help, Elder. I am very grateful." To be able to intimidate a few skeletons with just a finger, he was indeed an elder. "No need." So you did not care. "Then leave this place as soon as possible. We still have matters to attend to. Goodbye." Just as he was about to leave, the middle-aged man shouted, "Wait! Are you heading to the famed Sword Sacred Tribe?" The only people who could come here were those heading to the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. "If so, I might be able to provide you with some help." The middle-aged man pulled out the skeletal claw from his chest to stop the bleeding. Bai Shui looked at him suspiciously. "It's more like us helping you." The middle-aged man cupped his fists. "I am not talented, but I am a sword practitioner of the famed Sword Sacred Tribe. I might be able to help you enter the tribe." Bai Shui was shocked. "You're a swordsman? With your level of cultivation?" The sword masters of the Sword Sacred Clan were famous existences. There were 100 of them in the sacred tribe. Every one of them was a master craftsman. They often practiced swords at the famed sword sacred tribe. The absolute heavenly sword was forged by the top 10 sword practitioners. It was hard to believe that a sword practitioner would have such a low level of cultivation. The middle-aged man laughed at himself. I am Mo Hung, ranked 100. Sorry for the embarrassment. Mo Hung? Bai Shui had actually heard of him before. She was shocked once again. You are the new genius craftsman Mo Hung from 1,000 years ago. Back then, in the 9-star civilization, an astonishingly talented master refiner appeared out of nowhere, and that was Mo Hung. It was rumored that the Tao artifacts he forged were exceptionally spiritual and could increase their power by 30%. For him, many families fought to the death for him, but Mo Hung had disappeared for no reason. He had actually joined the famed sword sacred tribe. Strange, with your abilities, you are only ranked 100? That can't be right. Bai Shui immediately discovered the truth. Her gaze swept across, suddenly landing on Mo Hung's chest. Her eyes jumped and she gasped. This is Chapter 2914. Su Yu sensed that something was amiss and followed her gaze. He was slightly surprised to discover that in front of Mo Hung's chest, which had been pierced by the bone claw, there was a very special mark on his chest. Because his clothes were torn, he could easily see that there was a very special mark on his chest. The mark was in the shape of a pitch-black sword surrounded by chains. It seemed to symbolize that the sword had been sealed. The sword was not drawn on, but imprinted into his flesh, leaving a deep indent on his chest. Unless he changed his body, he would never be able to erase the mark. You were enslaved by the sword sacred clan? Bai Shui blurted out, revealing a huge secret. She hurriedly covered her mouth and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that no one had heard her, she immediately stepped forward and helped Mo Hung put his clothes back on. We did not see anything. We did not see anything. Mo Hung sighed. It's fine if you saw. The sword sacred clan does not mind outsiders knowing. Su Yu roughly understood the ins and outs of the conversation between the two. The craftsmanship genius of the 9-star civilization had disappeared because he had been enslaved by the sword sacred clan. The 9-star civilization was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. He did not find it strange that something like this had happened. What was strange was that Mo Hung's forces had not come to rescue him. In the current 9-star civilization, a genius could not have come from a poor background. Poor people lived in abandoned wastelands, running around every day in order to survive. How could they have the time to cultivate their craftsmanship talent? He must have come from a prestigious family. Anyway, I am the only one left of the Mo family, so what if I tell the whole world? Who would dare risk being accused of the sword sacred clan to come and rescue me? Mo Hung seemed to have accepted his fate, losing all will to resist. It turned out that the Mo family had once been a prestigious family, but for some unknown reason they had disappeared. Even when Mo Hung was enslaved, no one dared to interfere. Bai Shui silently sighed, expressing her helplessness. Even though the Temple of Heaven was powerful, it was still only a powerful clan, far from being able to compete with the sacred clan. Not to mention that the sword sacred clan was ranked 3rd among the powerful sacred clans. Su Yu asked thoughtfully, So, what's your ranking in the famed Sword Saint clan in terms of craftsmanship? At this point, Mo Hung revealed a trace of pride. Because of my identity as a slave, I was ranked 100th. In reality, it would not be difficult for me to be in the top 3. I could even be in first place. Being enslaved, Mo Hung was naturally unwilling to wholeheartedly forge artifacts for the sword sacred clan. Therefore, he had been concealing his attainments in blacksmithing. His true attainments in artifact forging were shockingly high. Believe me, Mo Hung thought that Su Yu and Bai Shui did not believe him. So he said, Let me give you a simple example. The 10 families of the famous Sword Saint tribe nurtured the absolute Heaven Sword. They spent an entire era nurturing the absolute Heaven Sword. If everything goes as expected, the day the sword is unsheathed will be the day blood stains the sky. Oh, Bai Shue's eyes widened. What do you mean? Mo Hung said disdainfully, those 10 sword practitioners thought that their attainments were astonishing, and they forged a flawless, holy artifact. In reality, the forging process was riddled with flaws. The day the sword is unsheathed, the sword will definitely go out of control and harm all the guests. Mo Hung then remembered that Su Yu and the rest had also come to observe the birth of the absolute Heaven Sword. Considering that you have saved me, I advise you not to go near the absolute Heaven Sword. It would be best if you do not even step into the famous Sword Sacred Clan. Otherwise, your lives will be in danger. Su Yu and Bai Shue became serious. Mo Hung was a slave who had lost his freedom. There was no need for him to threaten them. What he said was most likely true if his attainments in crafting artifacts were as brilliant as he claimed. Thank you for the reminder, Su Yu said. But we need to go to the famous Sword Sacred Clan to obtain the primordial energy released when the absolute Sword Heaven is born. I'm afraid we have no choice but to go. Mo Hung sighed. Then good luck to you. Pausing, Mo Hung took out 2 black iron balls from his sleeves. Their surfaces were full of bumps and hollows. It was unknown what they were used for. I hope you will be of use. Mo Hung patted his butt. Let's go. I'll bring you to the famous Sword Sacred Clan. That's on the condition that you all have an invitation. At the mention of an invitation, Bai Shue took out her real invitation. She pouted. Shouldn't you open it for me? Su Yu did not say a word. He gently swiped his finger over the letter, and several images appeared in the letter. Mo Hung happened to capture the scene. His pupils shrank, and the gaze he used to look at Su Yu had a deeper meaning. Let's go. Bai Shue happily put away the invitation. Mo Hung led the way without a change in expression. Half a day later, a golden path paved in the air appeared in front of them. At the end of the path was an incomparably huge, long sword stabbed into the ground. It was not a real sword, but a building of the famous Sword Sacred Clan. But when they stepped onto the golden path, they discovered that not far ahead was the youth named Ada who had abandoned Mo Hung and escaped alone. Ada! Mo Hung let out a sigh of relief. As long as you are safe, that's good. His words were filled with care and concern for Ada. In the face of danger, Mo Hung had pushed Ada away and used his own body to block the attack. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Hearing the voice behind him, Ada turned around. There was not much joy on his face. Instead, he muttered coldly, "You're not dead yet." He forced himself to walk back, calmly saying, "Thank you for just now." Although he said thank you, there was no gratitude in his eyes. In fact, he was a little disappointed that Mo Hung had not died at the hands of the skeleton. Su Yu creased his brows. This young man should at least know how to repay kindness, right? But without understanding the relationship between the two and their grudges, he could not interrupt. But Bai Shue was much more direct. "Brat, can't you say something human? Are you cursing your benefactor to die? Without him, you would be long dead." Ada glared at Bai Shue unhappily. "I'm talking to my father. What does that have to do with you?" Father? The two of them were father and son? Ada looked at the bloodied Mo Hung with disgust. "Wait here. I'll go in first in case someone sees us." Huh. Bai Shue was really angry. How could a son look down on his father? She rolled up her sleeves. "Stop right there." But Mo Hung blocked Bai Shue, his expression complicated. "My son is immature. I hope the 2 elders will not mind him." Bai Shue was furious. "Mo Hung, you were someone important in the past. How did you raise such a son? Aren't you spoiling him too much? And Mo Hung did not speak, as if unwilling to explain the cause and effect. Su Yu's gaze flickered. Mo Hung was a slave of the famous sword sacred clan. How could he have a son? Chapter 29:15. However, seeing that Mo Hung was silent and unwilling to say more, Su Yu naturally did not probe further. Go inside, Su Yu said. Under Mo Hung's lead, the two arrived in front of the sword sacred tribe's giant sword. At the entrance, there was a white-haired, red-haired old man whose entire body was burning with flames. He sat there, checking the invitations of the people who entered one by one. The inspection process was very slow, so there was a small queue in front of the door. Coincidentally, Su Yu actually saw a familiar person. It was Fugu Zen, who had killed his companions on an abandoned civilization and then used the pear blossom fantasy to woo Xia Jingyu. At the moment, Fenguchen was only an attendant. Beside him was a dignified, middle-aged woman with an extraordinary temperament. She held an invitation in her hand. Is the Wind Clan still at the level of the Holy Clan? Su Yu was slightly surprised. I thought they were just an ordinary race. The senses between strong martial artists were very acute. Fengu Zen noticed Su Yu's gaze immediately. He turned his head to look, and his brows furrowed immediately. There was a hint of surprise in his expression. Although Su Yu was still wearing the black robe to conceal his true appearance, he had noticed Su Yu when they had brushed past each other in the abandoned civilization, and he felt that Su Yu seemed familiar. Now that they met again, it was too much of a coincidence. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen Su Yu before. Why did he feel like he had met him before? What surprised him the most was that the other party was able to get an invitation from the famed sword sacred clan. Didn't that mean that he had the strength of a great saint? Gu-chan, who are you looking at? The dignified beauty followed his gaze and murmured in surprise. Has the Temple of Heaven been invited as well? Fenguchen was slightly puzzled. Could the black-robed man be from the Palace of Heaven? But the Palace of Heaven should not have been invited. Looking at Su Yu again, Fengu Zen had a faint sense of hostility. Master, this person's identity is suspicious. It's best to investigate. The dignified beauty looked at the black-robed Su Yu and said expressionlessly, The famous Sword Saint clan is here, so there is no need to overstep your authority. They will check it themselves. Soon it was the Wind Clan's turn. The dignified beauty took out the invitation letter and smoothly passed the inspection. Before leaving, her red lips parted slightly and she said a few words. The red-haired old man, whose entire body was covered in raging flames, nodded without batting an eyelid. After 5 minutes, it was finally Su Yu and Bai Shue's turn. First, Bai Shue took out her invitation. The red-haired old man looked at it, then at Bai Shue. Bai Shue's identity was very easy to identify. Anyone with a slightly higher level would know that Bai Shue was from the Temple of Heaven. The Temple of Heaven was only at the level of an aristocratic family, so in theory it was not invited. However, the Sword Sacred Tribe only recognized the invitation, not the person, so they did not stop them. When it was Su Yu's turn, the red-haired old man looked at him and said, Take out your invitation letter and official document. The invitation letter was one thing, but the document, back when Zhang Xian cleared the passageway to the 9-star civilization, the document had been destroyed because he had seen through it. There was no way he could take out a second set. Moreover, when other people entered the famed Sword Saint tribe, they only needed to check the invitation letter. Why did Su Yu need to check the official document? What is the reason for checking the document? Su Yu asked coldly. That dignified beauty must have said something. A hint of coldness flickered in his heart. He did not find trouble with Fengu-chan, but the latter took the initiative to find him. The red-haired old man's face was filled with a fierce aura. The reason is that I want to be examined. He could examine whoever he wanted. If he did not agree, he could choose not to come. Su Yu's eyes narrowed, but he did not intend to argue with him here. That would only be of no help and would instead cause more trouble. The soul energy in his palm changed, transforming into an official document. It was the same one he had used before. He just did not know if he could hide it from the red-haired old man in front of him. The cultivation level of the other party was not something the ordinary people at the entrance of the passageway could compare to. "There is no need to check. He is my friend," Emohung said expressionlessly as he walked up from behind with his hands clasped behind his back. The red-haired old man's gaze shifted toward Emohung, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "I was wondering who it was. So it's that good-for-nothing." He was especially rude to Emohung. However, it seemed that Emohung still had some influence. The red-haired old man did not make things difficult for Emohung. He glanced at Suyu. "Since you are a friend of that good-for-nothing, there is no need for the official document. Let me check the invitation letter." Suyu took out the invitation letter. The red-haired old man took out a mirror and looked at it. A message was engraved into the mirror. "All right, go in," the red-haired old man said expressionlessly. With that, Suyu successfully passed through, stepping into the famed Sword Holy Tribe. At that moment, a shocking wave of heat assaulted him, as if he was in a giant furnace. Flames could be seen drifting everywhere. He had to protect his body with his energy the entire time, or he would definitely be burned. Emohung's voice came from behind him. "The manner of the famed Sword Holy Tribe is a natural crafting furnace." Suyu stopped in his tracks, cupping his fists toward him. "Thank you for helping me out." Emohung waved his hands nonchalantly. "Compared to the debt of saving my life, this is nothing." He looked at Bai Shui, who was waiting for Suyu not far away. "I will not accompany you any further. Farewell." Suyu watched him leave, then went to meet up with Bai Shui. The latter had a look of disappointment. "I thought you were stuck at the door." "I was happy for nothing." Suyu took a look at her face, which was still showing signs of relief, and said, "Did you worry for nothing?" "Dream on." Bai Shui rolled her eyes. Suyu's gaze swept to the southeast corner. A figure quietly left from the shadows. It was Fenggu-chan. "I might have met some unfriendly enemies here," Suyu said. "Do you choose to continue with me or move alone? Perhaps there would be a small conflict with the Feng clan. You want to abandon me?" Bai Shui asked without hesitation. How could she feel at ease being surrounded by so many great sages? It was safer to stay by Suyu's side. Suyu had a faint smile. "You're one of my people." Bai Shui blushed. "You've seen me naked. No matter what, I'm still half yours." "I'm sorry I'm still young." "Old woman, please stay away from me." Suyu smiled. Bai Shui clenched her fists, glaring at Suyu angrily. "To be honest, I really want to hammer you to death." The favorable impression that she had accumulated with great difficulty along the way was instantly wiped clean by him. "Wait until I get the primordial energy," Bai Shui said angrily. "We'll go our separate ways and never meet again." Suyu smiled without saying a word. Under the guidance of a servant, he stepped down to the basement level. The absolute heaven sword was being forged underground. "Guest, it's very hot inside. Please be careful." The servant stood at the entrance, not daring to advance any further. Suyu turned a blind eye to it and stepped in. With Prince Mirrorflower's body, these flames posed no threat to him at all. But to Bai Shui it was fatal. In terms of danger, it was no less than the aftermath of the burial battlefield. Chapter 29:16. Bai Shui stood at the entrance, hesitating for a moment. Finally, she swallowed a mysterious pill and stepped down the stairs. The shocking heat made Bai Shui look pained, but she clenched her teeth and persisted as she walked deeper underground. All she did was to fulfill her promise and compensate the great families that had suffered heavy losses. Suyu silently praised her as he watched. The two of them followed the stairs to the depths of the underground. It was a gigantic, artificially excavated prototype platform. In the center of the platform was a huge pit, burning with intense flames. At first glance, it looked like an old well. The difference was that there were special stands around the well for the guests to watch. Su-yu came to the side of the deep pit. This pit was probably the furnace for crafting weapons. Bai Shui also walked over and stared at the colorful flames. Inside are the flames accumulated by the Sacred Sword clan for countless eras. They are all disastrous flames. The weakest can kill an early stage Heavenly Lawmaster. The strongest, it is said that there is a trace of disastrous flame inside, taken from the corpse of a myriad saint. Rumor has it that the myriad saint died from the disastrous flame. Myriad saint? Su-yu's pupils shrank. The myriad saints referred to the most powerful people in the chaotic Heavenly clan. They were powerful beyond compare and had reached the peak of the late stage Heavenly Lawmaster. How could someone like that die from the disastrous flame? Su-yu's many years of experience told him that the so-called disastrous flame was a restraint placed on the weak by a higher-level being. The most powerful being in the entire Taichu realm was probably the emperor of the Sacred Mountain. But was it necessary for them to harm their own descendants? He felt that his understanding of the Taichu realm was a little limited. Look! Suddenly, Bai Shui tugged at Su-yu's arm and pointed excitedly at the furnace. The surrounding guests, and even the great saints, began to turn pale. Amidst the countless mixed flames, a strange flame actually appeared. Unlike the other random flames, this flame was in the shape of a human. It walked in the furnace with its hands behind its back. Everywhere it passed, the other disastrous flames retreated, leaving a large, empty space, as if they were naturally afraid of it. The human-shaped flame was like a king looking down on the crowd. Perhaps it heard the uproar from above. It raised its head and looked up. With just a sweep of his gaze, the temperature of the entire platform abruptly doubled. The great sages immediately circulated the energy in their bodies to resist the sudden increase in temperature. However, the sudden increase in temperature caught everyone off guard, and they were still affected by it. The bodies of many great sages were scalded, causing a series of uproars. Great sages were already like this, let alone existences that were not great sages. For example, people like Fingu-chan, who had not even reached the ancient sage realm, were burned on the spot. Fortunately, there was a great sage beside him who quickly extinguished the flames and saved him. White Snow's condition was slightly better, but her body was burning in pain. Upon seeing that, Su-yu patted his shoulder with his 5 fingers. The 8 great Yuan-level domains formed a temporary true isolation realm, isolating him from the scorching heat. As such, White Snow's condition was immediately alleviated. However, how could this move escape the eyes of the great sages present? All of them were shocked. There was no one in the area who could bring out the true world with just a wave of his hand. The dignified beauty's pupils constricted fiercely. She immediately stared at Fingu Zen and secretly asked with a stern gaze, "How did you encounter him?" Bringing out the true world with just a wave of his hand was something that even the 10,000 saints might not be able to do. Fingu Zen did not see anything special about Su-yu's move. He said, "I encountered him by accident." He was puzzled. What was wrong with the master? The dignified beauty was a little remorseful. Her behavior at the door was a little rash. Perhaps she had unintentionally offended this person. Behave yourself from now on. Don't provoke him again. The dignified beauty stared at Su-yu, who was dressed in a black robe. She felt a sense of trepidation. Fingu Zen frowned. Was this necessary? The black-robed man looked very ordinary. He was not a big shot. In the grandstand, there was a blood-colored sedan carried by 4 puppets. As the curtain of the sedan was lifted, a ferocious and bloody face could be vaguely seen. Its deep and serene gaze swept across Su-yu's body. Its eyes were filled with fear, but there was also desire. Su-yu felt helpless. In the end, he still could not hide from the senses of these great sages. The existence of the temporary true world had indeed been discovered. After obtaining the energy he wanted, he had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, there might be trouble. Although everyone was shocked, they did not forget that the focus of their attention at the moment should be on the human-shaped flame in the furnace. It glanced up and walked up with its hands behind its back. As it went up, the surrounding temperature became more and more terrifying. Even the great sages began to be unable to withstand it. One by one, they retreated to the stairs and kept their distance. Even Su Yu felt a burning pain in his body. He had no choice but to retreat. He was deeply shocked. Just by approaching it, it had such terrifying power. If it came out completely, wouldn't it be able to wipe out all the strong men present? Could this flame be the strongest, disastrous fire that had killed all the saints in the legends? Seeing that the disastrous fire was about to come out of the furnace, the guests were extremely vigilant and uneasy. However, just as the disastrous fire was about to come out, an ancient spell appeared above the furnace, and mysterious runes descended. Seeing that the human-shaped, disastrous fire seemed to have some misgivings, it returned to the furnace and disappeared into the flames that filled the sky without a trace. The surrounding temperature returned to normal, but no one could remain calm. I really don't know how the famous Sword Saint clan managed to retrieve this disastrous fire back then. It's too terrifying. If that disastrous fire was released, I don't know how much damage it would cause. Fortunately, it is trapped in the furnace. This furnace has been sealed by the famous Sword Saint clan for countless years, so the disastrous fire can't come out. While they were discussing, a warm and gentle voice came from the stairs. "Ha ha ha! I'm sorry, I have something to do, so I can't accompany you immediately." An old man with a white beard and a white robe, with a sage-like demeanor, walked down the stairs. Seeing him, all the great sages present stood up unconsciously and took the initiative to salute him. "Greetings, great sage Huang." The family of the famous Sword Saint clan was surnamed Huang. The old man in the white robe in front of them was one of the great sages of the famous Sword Saint clan, and also the most powerful saint. No need to be so polite. Great sage Huang was very gentle, and he chatted with the people present for a while with a smile. "Don't!" At that moment, the furnace trembled slightly, as if something inside had exploded. An extremely pure stream of air rushed up from the depths of the furnace. Many of the great sages were pleasantly surprised, and they grabbed it. Su Yu also grabbed a bit of it. The energy was extremely pure, without any impurities. He could absorb it all and transform it into his own strength. Chapter 29:17. He gently inhaled, and the energy entered his body, quickly transforming into heavenly energy. There was a slight increase in his cultivation base. Bai Shui also received a trace, and after absorbing it, her face was full of surprise. The rumors were true. The primordial energy really had an irreplaceable effect on cultivation base. The rest of the experts were visibly moved, especially the great sages. The desire in their eyes could not be concealed. At their level, raising their cultivation base by even a little bit required the accumulation of countless resources. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Most of the time, exhausting all the resources would not necessarily be able to reach the next level. But now, the primordial energy gave them endless hope. Noticing their expressions, Huang Dashing was very satisfied and said with a smile, "As you can see, the absolute heaven sword is about to be born, and it has already begun to leak primordial energy." The great sages restrained their expressions and their eyes flickered. There was no free lunch in the world. They knew this very well. Why did the famous Sword Sacred clan not keep such magical primordial energy for themselves, but give it to outsiders? The famous Sword Sacred clan is willing to share the primordial energy with everyone present, Huang Dashing said with a smile, "but we also have a small, presumptuous request." As expected, all the great sages looked as if they had expected this. The great sage of the Feng clan, who was also the dignified beauty, had a calm smile on her face. Great Sage Huang, please speak. If we can do it, we will not refuse. Huang Dashing smiled and looked around at the great sages. Seeing them nod, he said, "When the absolute heaven sword is born, the seal of this furnace will be temporarily opened. I hope that everyone can do me a favor. The moment the seal is opened, please maintain the substitute seal together." Huang Dashing took out a round plate. They were not unfamiliar with this item. It was a formation plate. Some formations were engraved on Dao tools in advance, and after activating the Dao tool, the formations inside would naturally be displayed. The seal will be opened. The great sage's expressions changed. Just now, they had seen a super terrifying existence with their own eyes, a humanoid tribulation fire. It had not left the seal, but it had erupted with terrifying power. If they opened the seal and it escaped, who would be able to leave this place alive? No one could, right? Are you kidding? The blood demon let out a sinister and angry voice. "We are not interested in risking our lives for a little bit of your primordial energy." These old monsters who had lived for countless years had witnessed too many people die because of greed. They understood that compared to worldly possessions, their lives were more important. That was why he cherished his life so much. From the looks of it, the human-shaped tribulation flame had been trying to break through the seal. When the seal was opened, would the humanoid tribulation fire let go of such a great opportunity that was hard to come by in an epic? That was impossible, right? Therefore, Huang Dashing wanted them to face the human-shaped tribulation fire head-on and seal it so that it couldn't escape. Even the Feng clan's great saint's expression changed. She quickly said, "If this is your request, please forgive me for not agreeing." He wanted to buy her life for a little bit of primordial energy. Her life was not that worthless. The other great sages showed signs of giving up. No one was willing to take the risk. Huang Dashing seemed to have expected this. He said, "Everyone, please rest assured. My formation plate has been refined by my clansmen for 2 generations. In terms of power, it is not weaker than a real seal. As long as everyone works together to operate this array disk, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong." However, none of the great saints dared to answer. They did not intend to put their lives in the hands of an array disk that they had never seen before. Huang Dashing chuckled. "If you don't believe me, you can demonstrate it to everyone." With a flick of his finger, the formation plate was activated, and a huge sealing formation was immediately condensed from it, sealing the exit. The expressions of the great sages changed slightly. The Feng clan's great saint narrowed his eyes. "What does this mean?" Huang Dashing still smiled. "Everyone, you will know if you can open it or not." The Feng clan's great saint and the other great sages exchanged glances and acted at the same time. The power of 8 great sages activating their boundless divine skills at the same time could be imagined. It caused a drastic change in the primordial chi of heaven and earth on the spot. However, the seal did not even produce a ripple, not to mention breaking. This time, the 8 great sages were really shocked. The strength of the seal was really beyond their expectations. Huang Dashing retracted the power at his fingertips. The array disk stopped operating and the seal dissipated. He said confidently, "As you can see, the seal that I casually activated is already so powerful. If you are willing to work together to activate it with all your might, the seal's power can be imagined. That human-shaped tribulation fire is powerful, but it definitely can't do anything to you." After seeing the power of the array disk with their own eyes, the great sages began to waver. It seemed that the risk was not that great. In addition, our Sword Sacred Clan has refined a Dao artifact that specializes in collecting primordial energy. It can absorb all the primordial energy that is dissipated to the maximum extent and not let it go to waste. If you are willing to help, I am willing to distribute all the primordial energy collected to you according to the amount of credit you have contributed. As he spoke, Huang Dashing took out two very ordinary iron balls. They were densely covered in cracks, as if they were about to break. If Huang Dashing had not taken them out, they would have thought that they were some inferior things. The great sages who were tempted were completely shaken. When the absolute heaven sword was born, the primordial energy would definitely erupt in an eruption. It was almost impossible to collect all of it, and most of it would definitely be lost. However, the Sword Sacred Clan had prepared a Tao artifact for this. If they could collect all of it and distribute it to them, the primordial energy would definitely be above their expectations. Good. I am one. Old Demon Shui, who was the first to object, was the first to agree. Next was the Great Sage of the Foam Clan, followed by the Great Sage of the Thunder Clan. Soon, all 8 great sages agreed. Huang Dashing smiled. Your choice is correct. Then he looked at the remaining guests. Most of them came with their elders, and their strength was limited. At most, they were ancient sages. If you are willing to help, there will also be a certain reward, Huang Dashing said. Every bit of energy he had would increase the power of the array disk by a bit, so why not? Of course, they agreed. With 8 great sages holding the line, how could they be in danger? Good. Everyone, please wait and see. Huang Dashing smiled slightly and was about to leave when his ears suddenly twitched. It seemed that someone was talking to him through telepathy. Huang Dashing revealed a surprised expression. He lifted his eyes to look at Suyu, a strange expression in his eyes. Obviously, someone had conveyed the news of Suyu summoning the immortal realm to the unaware Huang Dashing. He pretended not to know, smiled at Suyu, and returned to the ground as if nothing had happened. Chapter 29:18. Suyu did not speak. Any sound transmission here could be heard by the great sages present. His gaze flickered slightly as he stared at the furnace, deep in thought. Mo Hung had said that the appearance of the absolute heaven sword would definitely cause a huge problem. Could the huge problem he spoke of be related to the human-shaped, disastrous fire? Rumble. At that moment, there was another muffled sound from within the furnace. A bubble full of primordial energy exploded. The energy that escaped surged up. Everyone once again joined the fray. Only Suyu and Bai Shui did not move. The ones fighting were all great sages. If the 2 of them joined in, they would not be able to get anything and could easily expose their cultivation levels. Of course, they were most calm because both of them had a metal ball. That was a mysterious object that Mo Hung had given them in return. They had not thought it was anything good, but who knew it was something the Sacred Sword Clan had prepared to collect primordial energy. Moreover, the Sacred Sword Clan's metal ball was covered in cracks. Although theirs was bumpy, it looked much better. It could be imagined that the metal ball they had obtained was of a higher grade. When it came to collecting primordial energy, their metal ball would definitely be of greater use. Thus, they gave up fighting over this tiny bit of primordial energy in front of them. Time passed bit by bit. More and more bubbles appeared, and the frequency became more and more ordinary. Finally, he knew that the doctor had caused a huge commotion that was as loud as a thunderclap, causing the entire furnace to shake nonstop. Only then did Huang Dashing lead the other 3 great sages from the clan over. They stared at the violent shaking of the disastrous fire in the furnace, faintly revealing a giant, sword-shaped shadow. They all revealed expressions of joy. The absolute heaven sword is about to form. Come, sacrifice the sword. A youth was brought down. He was Mo Heng's son, Ada. Ada's face was filled with fear as he was forcefully brought to the front of the furnace. Huang Dashing stared at the furnace, his eyes filled with greed as he muttered, Ada, bear with it, and it will be over. It is not that I am cruel, but as a member of the Sacred Sword Clan, you need to have a sense of self-sacrifice. Do you understand? After saying that, he took out a thick hollow copper tube and stabbed it into Ada's heart. In an instant, thick blood flowed out of the copper tube and dripped into the furnace. Speaking of which, it was strange. Even great sages would find it hard to endure the terrifying temperature of the furnace. It could even burn them. However, Ada's blood was not affected at all. It fell directly into the depths of the furnace. In the end, it landed on the huge sword-shaped shadow. Crackle! It was as if a muffled thunder had exploded in the furnace, and the entire sword's sacred clan began to shake. The sword-shaped shadow quickly turned blood-red, like a blood sword hidden in a furnace. The absolute heaven sword is about to be born. Huang Dashing's pupils shrank as he panted heavily. However, a scene that made him and everyone present feel uneasy appeared. On the absolute heaven sword, a black, human-shaped tribulation flame was faintly discernible. The humanoid tribulation fire was indeed waiting for an opportunity, and it didn't hide its goal at all. The famed sword sacred clan could either watch the absolute heaven sword suffocate in the furnace or open the seal and let the absolute heaven sword come out. Huang Dashing gritted his teeth. Everyone, I'm counting on you. He took out the formation plate and threw it into the air. The formation plate flew right above the furnace. The great sage of the Foam clan, old Demon Shui, and others did not dare to hesitate and immediately instilled their strength into it. The 8 great sages worked at the same time, and the formation plate was almost at its peak. The rest of you, please help us. Huang Dashing shouted. Su Yu and the others immediately took action. Although their strength was relatively weak, when combined, it was still a force that could not be underestimated. It was probably equivalent to half a great sage. In an instant, the formation plate was completely activated. A grayish seal descended and covered the gap in the furnace. Huang Dashing and the 3 great sages of the same clan waited for the right time. They looked at each other and shouted in unison, Absolute heaven sword, come out! They roared, and at the same time, they activated some kind of ancient technique. Kacha! 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 Sounds came from the furnace. The blood-red, absolute heaven sword quickly floated up. Looking closely, the surface of the absolute heaven sword was wrapped in countless chains, binding it in the furnace. It was as if they were afraid that the absolute heaven sword would leave the furnace in advance. At this moment, under the control of Huang Dashing and the others, the absolute heaven sword that bound it was loosened. The absolute heaven sword let out a strong sword cry, expressing its excitement, and reached the exit of the furnace at the fastest speed possible. However, the existence of the furnace seal hindered the birth of the absolute heaven sword. The most critical moment had arrived. Huang Dashing and the others looked at each other, and at the same time, they activated some kind of Tao artifact. The primordial seal that had been sealed for an entire era was finally opened. The huge absolute heaven sword rose into the sky and instantly rushed out of the furnace. However, there was also a black shadow that made one's hair stand on end along with it. Stop it! Huang Dashing shouted. How could the great sage of the Foam clan and the others dare to hesitate? They immediately controlled the formation, making it like a huge spider web, enveloping the afterimage, and then quickly pressing it towards the furnace. As long as it was pressed back and covered with the primordial seal, the disastrous flame in human form would not be able to escape. However, the disastrous flame in human form had waited for an opportunity with great difficulty. How could it let it go? His body shook, and an extremely violent black tribulation fire erupted, burning the entire formation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The formation that the 8 great sages couldn't shake even when they joined forces was now being burned by the black disastrous flame, and it was about to explode. Everyone's scalps went numb. They had completely underestimated the terror of the disastrous flame in human form. Just as the formation was about to shatter, the disastrous flame in human form seemed to lose its strength, and then it was quickly pressed into the furnace. It resisted with all its might, but it still couldn't stop its fall. In the end, it was pressed into the furnace bit by bit. The primordial seal immediately closed again, sealing the disastrous flame in human form. The disastrous flame in human form fiercely smashed against the seal, trying to escape, but to no avail. The power of the primordial seal was several levels stronger than that of the formation plate. In the end, the disastrous flame in human form returned to the bottom of the furnace, completely giving up on rushing out. Whoosh! The 8 great sages were covered in sweat, and they entered a state of exhaustion. The short confrontation had drained them of almost all their strength, leaving them exhausted. If the disastrous flame in human form had lasted a little longer, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Our lives are hanging by a thread. The great sage of the Feng clan sighed. Old Demon Shui chuckled. But it's worth it. Everyone's eyes looked at the absolute heaven sword that had appeared. The absolute heaven sword in front of them was hundreds of feet long, and its surface was full of potholes and unknown broken stones. Everyone present knew that it was the impurities that had been stained during the refining process. Chapter 2919. Most of its 300-meter-long body was made up of impurities accumulated over an epoch. Of course, there was also the huge amount of primordial energy that they desired. Now, as long as all these impurities were broken, the primordial energy would explode. However, Huang Dasheng and the other clansmen held onto the absolute heaven sword and did not intend to take the next step. His eyes were also fixed on the absolute heaven sword. He didn't care about the weakened state of the 8 great sages at all. Old Demon, Shui urged. What are you waiting for? Quickly release the primordial energy. The other great sages urged. They had already sealed the human-shaped tribulation fire. Now, it was time for the Sword Sacred Clan to fulfill their promise. Hearing this, Huang Dasheng finally turned his head and looked at them. There was a strange look in his eyes. There's one thing I forgot to tell everyone. The impurities in the absolute heaven sword have accumulated for an epoch. It won't be easy to remove them. However, if we don't break it, the absolute heaven sword can't be considered to have truly been born. Right now, it can only be considered as a sword embryo. There's such a thing. However, the precipitated impurities were something that even the tribulation fire could not do anything to. It was indeed not something that could be easily broken. However, this is not a reason for you to refuse to fulfill your promise. The great sage of the wind clan berated. Huang Dasheng hurriedly waved his hand. You misunderstand. We don't intend to go back on our words. We will definitely give you what we should give you. We just hope that you can help us with a small matter. Everyone frowned. The Sword Sacred Clan had not made this clear in advance. Now that the situation had come to a head, he suddenly added conditions. It was really disgusting. However, they had already come this far, and the primordial energy was right in front of them. How could they be willing to give up? All right, what else do you want to do? Say it. Old Blood Demon said impatiently. The great sage of the Feng clan also frowned. After this, if there are any more conditions, then don't blame us for being impolite. They decided to attack one last time. Huang Dasheng said with a smile, Don't worry, the last favor will definitely be the last one. The great sage of the Feng clan restrained his displeasure and said with a taut face, What's the matter? Say it, but it's best not to go beyond our ability. Hee, it's actually very simple for you. Anyone can do it. Huang Dasheng's expression became strange for some reason. Old Demon Shui and the great saint of the Feng clan caught the subtle change in his expression. Su Yu, who had been vigilant all along, was the first to notice it. His heart skipped a beat, and the lines of fate fluctuated. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu grabbed by Shui and rushed toward the exit, even faster than the Feng clan's great saint and old Demon Shui. Then, with a shocking speed, it left the ground and charged outside. The Feng clan's great sage and old Demon Shui cursed silently. Su Yu had taken the lead, and they were already one step too late to leave. The two of them flashed away at the same time. However, Su Yu's actions had forced Huang Dashing and the rest of the people to take action in advance. What we need your help with is to borrow your blood and soul. Great Sage Huang and 3 other great sages of the same clan picked up the Heaven's Severing Sword and swept it towards the 8 great sages present. In order for the absolute Heaven's Sword to truly appear, it would require the blood and souls of 8 supreme experts to be sacrificed to the sword. In this way, the absolute Heaven's Sword that had absorbed their blood and souls would truly awaken. It would break through the impurities and truly appear in the world. Therefore, this invitation to observe the birth of the absolute Heaven's Sword was a huge conspiracy from the very beginning. The people who were invited were all going to be sacrificed to the sword. Famous Sword Saint Clan, how dare you plot against us? A great sage was furious, and he erupted with earth-shattering combat power. He was holding a thick and sturdy mace in his hand, and its size was not even inferior to the absolute Heaven Sword. The material used was the rare, 9-colored divine stone. Bang! He swung the mace, trying to break the absolute Heaven Sword. However, the result was that the mace in his hand was like a sand sculpture in front of the absolute Heaven Sword, shattering into dust on the spot. The absolute Heaven Sword ruthlessly brushed past his body, and this terrifying existence of the great sage level actually turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The blood mist was completely absorbed by the absolute Heaven Sword, leaving nothing behind. However, the absolute Heaven Sword's momentum did not diminish, and it continued to sweep. The area of the platform was only so big, and these great sages had no extra space to dodge. They could only bite the bullet and fight back. However, without exception, no matter how amazing the divine techniques, Tao artifacts, or domain power was, it was of no use. They were all ruthlessly crushed by the absolute Heaven Sword. One by one, the great sages were like bags of blood, all crushed into blood mist, and then absorbed by the absolute Heaven Sword. When it swept past the blood demon, his 4 puppets carrying the blood palanquin screamed and rushed forward to try to block it. However, the result was still swept into powder. The sword momentum was not extinguished, and the blood demon was beaten into blood mist on the spot. The slight difference was that one of the drops of blood mist took the opportunity to enter the depths of the ground and disappeared. When the sword momentum swept towards the great sage of the Wind Clan, she took out a clan treasure from her clan. Inside, there was an endless power of wind. However, it still could not block the attack of the absolute Heaven Sword, and was shattered on the spot. The great sage of the Wind Clan was also smashed into blood mist, and then absorbed by the absolute Heaven Sword. However, in a part of the blood mist, there was a strong power of wind that swept away the blood mist. Huang Dashing said angrily, "The great sage of the Wind Clan and the blood demon are 2 cunning old things. They really have a lot of life-saving techniques." Although they were beaten into blood mist, a part of the blood mist that had already escaped could definitely reform itself, and its strength would not be reduced at all. The blood and souls absorbed by the 8 great sages are not complete, so the absolute Heaven Sword cannot appear. Don't worry, we still have a trick up our sleeves outside. They may not be able to escape. The 4 great sages immediately rushed out and chased after the 2 great sages who had escaped. At the same time, many experts of the Sword Sacred Clan rushed in and detained the relatively weak guests on the spot. What happened here was a devastating blow to the reputation of the Sword Sacred Clan, and it must not be leaked out. Therefore, these people would either die or become slaves of the Sword Sacred Clan for the rest of their lives, never to betray them. The group of people was taken away. The people of the Sword Sacred Clan simply cleaned up the battlefield and left in a hurry. Little did they know that not long after they left, a hair-thin black flame slowly flowed out of the formation plate above the furnace. It turned into a figure the size of a finger, and its hands formed a seal. It was actually imitating the technique of Huang Dashing and the others, and the function of the technique was to open the original seal. Amidst the boundless tribulation fire, a humanoid tribulation fire with his hands behind his back slowly walked to the top of the furnace. He looked at the slowly opening tribulation fire above him and said in a hoarse voice, "I seem to feel the aura of a divine body among the people just now. The only one with a holy body was Suyu." Chapter 29:20. Back to Suyu. After rushing out of the ground, he did not immediately flee out of the mansion. Instead, he leaped and hid in a remote courtyard. What are we waiting for, if not now? Bai Shui was panicking. Things had changed drastically, completely beyond her expectations. The Mingjian sacred clan dared to risk the wrath of the world by deceiving and killing the great saints of the sacred clan. Once this was exposed, it would be a disaster for the Mingjian sacred clan. It could even be predicted that there would be a grand sacred clan war in the near future. At the same time, it could also be seen that the Mingjian sacred clan would never allow them to escape and leak the news. So, Suyu did not escape immediately but dared to stay? Sure. Suyu immediately gestured for silence. Don't act rashly. Bai Shui realized that something was wrong. She immediately quieted down and observed secretly. Suddenly, a violent wave came from the depths of the ground. A drop of dark red blood and a mist of blood rushed out of the ground one after another. After the two appeared, they immediately rushed out of the mansion. There was only one entrance to the mansion of the Mingjian sacred clan. They could only rush through it. However, just as they approached the entrance, a sharp sword energy suddenly pierced through from the exit. With a scream, the blood bead formed by old demon Shui was cut into hundreds of small blood beads on the spot. The sword energy did not slow down, slashing toward the blood mist of the great saint of the Feng clan. The latter reacted and immediately floated backward. The 100 blood beads formed by old demon Shui quickly condensed into a complete blood bead and retreated. As they retreated, the two reconstructed their bodies. At the same time, they rushed toward the top of the mansion. They intended to use the strength of the great saints to forcefully break through the sword-shaped mansion of the Mingjian sacred clan. However, when they reached the top, sharp swords descended like a storm, bombarding the two. Barely able to condense their bodies, they immediately displayed the secret techniques of the great saints. One was a boundless gale, the other was a sea of blood. They flew toward the sky with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Rumble! The gale swept through the sea of blood, forming a rotating tornado that shattered the falling swords. Moreover, the tornado shot straight up into the sky. Bang! With a muffled sound, the top of the mansion was finally broken open. The two of them were overjoyed. They quickly hid in the tornado and escaped. The gap was right in front of them, and the two of them only needed an instant to successfully leave. Once they reached the outside world, it would be like sand in a desert, leaving no traces behind. However, just as they were about to rush out, a 9-colored ruler flashed through the gap. The ruler slammed down viciously. An array of 9-colored light slashed through the air, shattering the blood sea tornado. The Emperor's ruler. In the tornado, the two of them retreated in a panic. They stared at the gap, their faces filled with shock. The Emperor's ruler was the sacred weapon of Emperor Xiaoyao. Why would he appear here? No, it's a replica. Old demon Shui recognized it and was shocked. The great sage of the Feng clan looked up and vaguely saw a person with half a body. His pupils shrank. The first clone of Emperor Xiaoyao. The one waving the Emperor replica ruler was none other than the first clone of Emperor Xiaoyao. The first clone of Prince Xiaoyao, who had been sealed by Suyu back then, had recovered more than half of its body. With the Emperor replica ruler in his hand, one attack could produce the strength of a great saint. What's going on? Even the Emperor is involved? Old demon Shui was even more shocked. The two of them looked extremely serious. They stared at the clone of Emperor Xiaoyao and did not dare to move forward. Haha, because the Absolute Heaven Sword is the second sacred weapon that Emperor Xiaoyao custom-made for himself. Deep underground, Huang Daxing's cold laughter came from the depths of the ground. He and the 4 great sages of the same clan held the Absolute Heaven Sword and walked out of the ground. They and Emperor Xiaoyao were in the sky and on the ground, sandwiching old Demon Shui and the great sage of the Feng clan in the middle, causing the 2 of them to fall into great despair. Was this Emperor Xiaoyao's intention? It would be difficult for them to escape today. However, as strong great saints, no one would give up their lives until the last moment. Let's fight. Old Demon Shui and the great sage of the Feng clan looked at each other and joined forces again. One of them conjured a blood sea, while the other conjured a destructive hurricane, which then condensed into a rotating blood-red arrow. Swoosh! The sharp arrow shot out immediately, shooting at the wall of the mansion not far away from them. Huang Daxing shouted. He and the great sage of the same clan wielded the Absolute Heaven Sword and slashed at the arrow. The sharp arrow was cut in half, but the remaining arrowhead did not lose its power. Instead, it shot out at a faster speed and instantly pierced through the sword, creating another gap. The 2 of them immediately flew toward the gap, making the last dash for their lives. 30,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 300 feet. They were close, and they were about to make it out. Huang Daxing's face revealed a trace of pity as he said, "Don't struggle." He and the great sage of the same clan held the Absolute Heaven Sword and stabbed at the 2 of them. No sword energy leaked out, and no power was displayed. They could only vaguely feel that the air was shaking violently. Then, the 2 of them who had just regathered their bodies immediately collapsed into a blood mist. It did not stop. The blood mist collapsed for the second time, turning into blood-red particles. Then the Absolute Heaven Sword flew out and absorbed all the blood-red particles. Finally, the 8 great sages were all killed. Crack! A clear cracking sound came from inside the Absolute Heaven Sword, and a crack the width of a finger flashed. Kacha! Kacha! Cracking sounds came from inside the sword one after another. The impurities that had settled for nearly an epoch finally began to leak out. Strands of primordial energy slowly flowed out from the crack. When all the impurities were broken, the primordial energy would explode. Boom! Huang Daxing and his clansmen were overjoyed. They immediately stabbed the Absolute Heaven Sword into the ground and quickly left. There was too much primordial energy inside the Absolute Heaven Sword. When it exploded, it would create a powerful explosion that was enough to kill all those close by. Prepare the containers and collect the primordial energy, Huang Daxing said excitedly. He and his clansmen each took out 1, 5 in total. They guarded the left, right, front, back, and top of the Absolute Heaven Sword to ensure that none of the energy would leak out. So much primordial energy is enough for our famed sword sacred race to produce a quasi-10,000 saint expert. The 4 clansmen revealed looks of great anticipation. Huang Daxing was already a peak existence among great saints. If he could obtain the primordial energy of an epoch, there was hope for him to become a quasi-10,000 saint. He might even become a true 10,000 saint expert. This was why they dared to kill the 8 great sages without the slightest scruple. Not only did they have Emperor Xiaoyao's secret support, but they also had the capital to not fear any great saints. Chapter 29-21. The materials used to forge the Absolute Heaven Sword came from the sacred mountain. All the resources they needed were provided by Emperor Xiaoyao. The famed sword sacred clan's reward was the primordial energy released when the Absolute Heaven Sword was successfully forged. How could the famed sword sacred clan give it to the other sacred clans for free? Rumble! The Absolute Heaven Sword began to emit a violent roar. Huang Daxing immediately said, "Attention, it's about to begin!" The other 4 great sages were excited. The famed sword sacred clan had waited for an entire era for this moment. The primordial energy was about to be born. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the absolute heavens sword continued to explode like muffled thunder, one after another rumbling explosion after another. The commotion became more and more intense. Finally, with an earth-shattering explosion, all the impurities on the surface of the absolute heaven sword exploded at the same time. The violent explosion caused the entire sword-shaped mansion of the famed sword sacred clan to shake. The earth trembled, and the nearby gravel jumped. A sword-shaped beam of light shot up into the sky, shattering a large portion of the mansion's already broken hull. That beam of light contained an extremely terrifying power. It was the second most powerful thing Suyu had ever seen. The first was the mortal ancestor's cauldron. The second was the terrifying beam of light in front of him. What kind of sword is this? Bai Shui murmured, her heart filled with shock. She had never seen a divine artifact with such power in her life. If the Temple of Heaven was hit by this attack, it was certain that all the strong fighters in the temple would be annihilated by the sword. Even the Grand Palace Masters would not be able to help. They would definitely die. While she was in awe, Suyu was not idle. His gaze was fixed on the center of the explosion. He used his eyesight to the extreme, looking through the dust toward the center of the explosion. The remnant sword chi caused great pain to his eyes. There was even a trace of blood in his right eye. But Suyu still endured the pain and looked through the dust, finally seeing the situation inside. A dark green long sword carved with 8 plum blossom marks was inserted into the deep pit of the explosion. The long sword was as beautiful as a peerless beauty, exuding a breathtaking aura. There was also a sense of arrogance and coldness that surpassed the world. It was as if it was not a sword, but a cold beauty in a green dress. You could even feel that the sword was looking at him. Hiss! Suddenly, the dark green long sword turned slightly, and Suyu groaned in pain. His eyes were burning with pain as his vision sank into darkness. Blood continuously flowed from his eyes. His eyes were blinded. Just being discovered by the dark green longsword was enough to easily blind him. If it was a normal person, they would have fallen into a state of panic. Only Suyu forced himself to remain calm. Relying on the last scene that his eyes had locked onto, he threw the iron ball that Emohung had given him. Suyu. Suyu is Su sword. Suyu sword. Visible to the naked eye, the absolute heaven sword was surrounded by a viscous energy that seemed to have solidified. It was scattered in the vicinity. Su master. If it was given to a peak great sage, it might really be able to push his cultivation to the 10,000 sage level. Perhaps it was because Emohang's iron balls were more effective than the others. The 5 iron balls of Huang Dasheng and the others had yet to start rotating to absorb the primordial energy, while Suyu's iron ball had already started rotating rapidly, crazily absorbing the primordial energy nearby. In just 5 short breaths of time, he had plundered the primordial energy required to pass the test. Bai Shui, who was beside Suyu, was a step slower. She only followed Suyu's lead and threw the metal ball a few breaths later. However, the primordial energy took up about 10% of it. At that moment, Huang Dasheng and the other 4's iron balls finally began to absorb the energy, competing with Suyu and Bai Shui's 2 iron balls. 5 breaths later, the remaining primordial energy was sucked dry. Suyu absorbed another 10%, and now he had 60% to himself. Bai Shui received another 10%, for a total of 20%. The 5 iron balls from Huang Dasheng and the others added up were only 80%. Before the dust settled, Suyu and Bai Shui quickly retrieved the iron balls. However, they were facing great sage-level powerhouses, and one of them was even a top great sage existence. Although their movements were subtle, they were still noticed by Huang Dasheng. "Someone is causing trouble," Huang Dasheng shouted. His voice shook and set off endless sound waves that dispersed the smoke and dust, revealing his 5 iron balls. The 5 of them immediately retracted their hands, and their faces were filled with shock. "Why is it so little? It's 5 times less than we expected. Impossible! There should be more than this amount of primordial energy." When Huang Dashing found out that they only had 20% of the primordial energy they had expected, it was easy to imagine how he felt. "You have a death wish." Huang Dashing was furious. The primordial energy was his reverse scale. How could he allow outsiders to touch it? "Oh no!" Bai Shui exclaimed in surprise. She turned her head and realized that Su Yu was blind and could not tell which direction he was heading. Bai Shui's mind was in turmoil. There was no way they could escape with a blind man. Logic told her that she should abandon Su Yu and leave immediately. She could even push Su Yu out to distract the enemy. But somehow, she grabbed Su Yu's wrist and dashed toward an opening not far from them. Fortunately, the Feng clan's great sage and ancestor, Shui, had created an opening nearby before they died. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape from the mansion of the Sacred Sword Clan. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shui had brought Su Yu out of the Sacred Sword Clan and were running aimlessly on the ancient battlefield. Huang Dashing was shocked and angry. He recognized that the attackers were Su Yu and the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace. The 8 great sages had obediently accepted their defeat and offered their swords to them. But these 2 juniors had stolen their painstaking efforts. This was a great irony and humiliation. Moreover, Bai Shui's identity was special. As the palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace, she had strong credibility. Once she leaked this information, the Sacred Sword Clan would be attacked by the 8 great sages. That would be troublesome. "Chase!" Huang Dashing ordered his 4 fellow clansmen to chase after them while he cautiously approached the center of the explosion. The absolute Heaven Sword had been born. They could not just leave it here, could they? They had to preserve it and wait for Prince Xiaoyao to come in person and take it away. He was anxious about the other 80% of the primordial energy and whether the news would spread, so he was a little impatient. He took out a sword hilt that he had refined in advance and walked forward, trying to put the absolute Heaven Sword into its scabbard. However, as he approached, something strange happened. The body of the absolute Heaven Sword suddenly turned from emerald green to blood red. Traces of hostility and resentment were emitted from the body of the sword. 2 black eyeballs flashed on the body of the sword. In the resentment, Huang Dashing could sense the aura of old Demon Shui and the Feng clan's great sage.